Hello. I do not have the program of my model working yet. Give me 1 second to fix this, and then you will see. Once you recognize the secret reason for his exposure, you will be ashamed of your words and deeds, chat. You will be ashamed. Just give me a moment here. I'm fixing everything. Give me, okay. Why is it not, okay. I will fix everything. Why aren't you working? Hello. Give me a moment, okay? We're on the grind this week. We're gonna see how far we can get with Of the Devil. We don't have book club on Thursday, but I have something else that I'm doing Thursday nights, so I don't have anything planned for Thursday nights. And Friday is game night, it sounds like, so. You're not getting another Friday night stream for a while, probably. Why is this not? Come on. All right, I have both the things. I'm gonna have to switch one. Every time, I need a better way to do this. I need a better automated way to do this. Right now, I have it set to like, I have to have the program open twice. One is my model, and the other is the present. Because the present I have set to like float for the float effect. But my model is set to jump and open its mouth when I speak. The gift is not set to move when I speak. I don't think. It's just floating. It's just hanging there menacingly. Okay, okay, it should be working now. I don't know why I was having issues with it. Let me just check it real quick. Okay. We should be ready to go. Hello. Hello. We are back. Hello. No, wait. See, it is fucked. Where the hell is... First of all, it's fucked with the resolution of it. I don't know why this has started happening. This is not... Okay, listen. We're professionals here, okay? We're professionals who can... Get out of here! That's my seed! You don't belong in there! Get out of there! Don't look at a scientist while he's changing, okay? That's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's, for some reason, I had it set perfectly before. And then I made the critical mistake, okay? If you ever get a program called OBS, okay, do not make this one critical mistake. This one crucial mistake of happening to press a shortcut called Control Z. Don't ever do this. It will ruin everything. It will ruin everything. Do not press a shortcut called Control Z when you have OBS open. Everyone and everything will die the moment you do so. So don't do that. Don't do that. Let me double check the program, okay? And this says present, which means the title of the window is present. This says also present. Oh, all right, that's the problem. Okay, this may have been my fault. This may have potentially been my fault. It's not outside the realm. Also, I wrote based instead of base, which is probably also a problem. Although it is a based model, I won't lie to you. Hello, Shadow. How's it going? Let's change it to base. Okay. I don't see the present. I see myself twice. How is this possible? How is this possible? One of them is present. I'm gonna call it presents. I'm gonna change it back to present. Hold on. Presents. Okay. And I'll change it back. Okay. We change the title of this to present. See, again, this is why I say I need to have a better setup for it. I don't want to lose my mind fixing all this stuff in a completely different way when eventually we're just going to get a live 2D model anyways, but... Hello. We're... Oh, no, wait, it didn't... Hello, we're here. Hello, hi. Is my finger cut off? Or am I going crazy? Hold on. Hold everything. I think my finger is being cut off. It is. Why is it being cut off? What is happening? I haven't done anything. You can't do this to me. Give me back my finger. Evil demon. Has it been like this in this room? You're crazy? I'm not crazy. I see that the finger is being cut off. I see it with my eyeballs. You're lying. You're lying, and I don't know why you're lying, but you're lying to me right now for no reason. For no reason you're lying. See right there. See, it's like that. That's my whole finger. That's the whole fingy. So we're good now. All right, we're good. Hello, everybody. Hello. We're continuing Of the Devil today. Of the Devil episode 1. Will today be the day we solve the case? Probably not, but we have stream planned for Wednesday to continue it. So, did I say Wednesday or did I say Tuesday? What did I say? One of the days I said we're playing Signalis. I don't even remember. I just posted the schedule right before stream, and I don't even remember what I wrote in it, okay? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold everything. Let me check. Check notes. Okay, I said we're playing Signalis tomorrow, and we're playing Up the Devil Wednesday. This is the plan. This is the plan. Like I said, nothing's planned for Thursday. Game night's Friday. Then we have Azumanga Daioh Saturday. I was wondering if maybe I should plan, because we keep doing we keep doing like an anime every Saturday. I was wondering if I should maybe try to see if I could sneak in a quick early day stream on Saturdays. But I don't know if I should schedule those if they do happen, because I have no idea if they're actually going to happen, so. Although I could just do like what I do with Sunday. I just say, this might happen at some time or not. It depends. I can't solidly plan out a lot of stuff for Sundays. I just know that Sundays we usually have to wrap up around 8 o'clock. Because I got other shit to do. Alright. Oh, wait. Did it not change the scene? It didn't change the... Okay, I can see that things are fixed on my end. You guys can't see it yet because I did not change it fully. There we go. Now it's fixed. Now it's actually fixed. All is right with the world. I have my full finger. My full finger is here. You guys want to play Up the Devil? You play Yu-Gi-Oh! Therefore you are crazy? This is probably true. I don't play it as often as you, though, so, you know. L, ratio, all that. Alright. The game is taking a time to load. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! In months. That's exactly what a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player would say. That's called denial. I don't know if you knew about this concept, but you know, we see it. We see it. You are seen. Alright. We're loading up the devil. I've let Ari know that we're streaming it. Ari responded saying, yeah, but Gavis is streaming right now. So obviously, me and Gavis gotta... Me and Battle, we gotta coordinate our schedules. I'll have my people reach out to his people. We can work this out. We can work this out. Let's take it. Okay. Listen, Unity is a great program that definitely doesn't take forever to load things. Do not worry. I am just a simple, normal game engine. Please install me and use me for your games. Unity's not a bad program, though. Unity's pretty good. All memes aside. But it does do this shit, okay? It does do stuff with its loading. Now it's trying to say of the devil.exe is not responding. That's not true. That's not true. You're just lying. Do I gotta wait for the program to respond, or do I gotta end it and try it again? We'll end it and try it again. Fine. You win this round. Maybe my computer said, you know what? I know you were planning to stream like 2 hours earlier than you normally do, but what if you just didn't? What if you just didn't stream? What if we did like everything we could to make you lose your mind so that you just didn't stream? What if we did that? That would be wild. That'd be insane. Couldn't be me. This time of the devil will load. Okay, it did. Okay, we're good. Alright, we're gonna switch over to the game now. I don't see anything, but I heard something. There we go. Nth Circle Studios, you don't see it yet. You will in a moment. This is a work of fiction. It's not real. Any day now. Alright, we're so back. We are so back. Let me move this. All right, good. I set on all my alerts where I was supposed to, right? We're all good? I think we're all good. Yeah, we're all good. Okay. Okay, everybody. Welcome back to Of the Devil, Episode 1. We're going to be continuing our case today. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, we had been given a new case. Our friend who... Our friend who was in charge of Android development stuff had passed away, and we were just going to check something out related to him as a friend. Turned out he left us something. He left us a robot, whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll find out the first time I meet her. We'll find out very quickly. And we're starting to investigate the scene of the crime. It was suspected that our friend had killed himself, but we suspect chicanery or is bullshit, according to the android. The android doesn't believe that this is possible. So now we're a defense lawyer, okay? So we're defending our dead client from the accusation of suicide, because suicide is a federal crime or felony or whatever. It's a felony technically. So we are using that to be like, listen, this is my client right now, okay? I get to look into this case. So we just checked out the house. He may have been poisoned. This is a possibility. I think I remember there was a salt shaker that was randomly pointed out to have been spilled over, which will probably be integral to whatever case we do. Meanwhile, our rival prosecutor lady and the cops are also looking into things, and we're probably gonna have to compete against them soon. Oh yeah, also our main character lady may be a serial killer. This, maybe, well, she definitely is, but she might not have been involved in this case. I say might not because I have no idea if her murders in the night are connected at all. Welcome, Andy. How's it going? So, we're here to continue this, see how far we can get tonight. If we can finish it, great. I don't know if we will, probably not. And then we will try to finish it up on Wednesday. So again, the plan for this week, we're going to play more of this. If we don't finish it, we will continue it on Wednesday. And on Tuesday, we'll play Signalis. This is the current plan for this week. This is the current plan. And then we'll do the bonus Danganronpa memes over the weekend. Once I'm done with all the current visual novels that we have, okay, we gotta take a break from VNs for a bit, okay? I need to get back to Halo ODST, alright? Although I did take a break. Yesterday we played Yume Nikki. That was pretty cool. We finished that up. So if you missed that, you can go check out the VOD for that. I was gonna take a nap, but not anymore, I guess. Well, welcome, Andy. Welcome. Now you get to stay wide awake and solve this case with us. You know all the answers, right? You know who killed him, right? You know who killed him, right? Don't say the lawyer lady. Don't say us. Because we're not entirely sure it's not us, but it seems like we're trying to at least point to who it could have been. So, like, unironically, I've been thinking about it. Okay, what have you been thinking? But I don't think the culprit has been introduced yet. Ooh, all right. Possible. We do have Redacted having a dinner conversation with our client, because this is our client, by the way, our defendant. Let me get my slippers. My feetsies are getting cold, okay? My feetsies. You know what would go crazy though is if it was London. Do you think like everybody in the justice system is a serial killer? It's possible, actually. It's possible. It's possible. TBH, yeah. Continue. We're in high roller mode, baby. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical records, his datapad had the name blacked out. Hold on, we have to adjust the text. The text speed resets every single time I load the game. That's a problem. I don't know if this is a bug that they fixed yet. Well, apparently not, because it still happens. Oh, I don't think we read these things. Let's read these things. Deniable ops. Hold up. Is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common reoccurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. Okay, well, you better keep me entertained because I'm painting, so I won't type a lot. LOL. Man, I love indoctrinating people, don't we all? Cyberpunk. I've never heard of this term before. Have you guys heard of this term? A mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to, a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organization, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name. A wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder that most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? He said among us. That was very funny, right? You guys thought that was funny, right? Users also frequently search for, get ready with me, Cyberpunk. The 99 man explained. Are co-ops illegal? Oh, interesting. Blank Fort disaster. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular surge due to a large number of edits coming from the net. Oh, well. We're proud to fight alongside variable user country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in variable user adversary latest. Nothing's wrong here, boys. Nothing's wrong there. Remember, if you know someone being indoctrinated into any conspiracy theories, there is no war at Bossing Say. No issues here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we. But maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative, explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy right form here. I don't think I will, actually. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expansive than David's, which means they most likely... How did they do that? Oh yeah, Sarah is her name. Sarah, and she's the android, right? So I have to give her the android. I have to remember the voices I give these characters, okay? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That's not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Oh no, the corruption of Sarah continues. She's now just like, how do I get good at manipulating people? Oh, I tell them what they want to hear and they do things for me? Oh, I can do that. I know how to lie. I mean, have errors. Yes. Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Huh? Hello? 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 Wait, also, I need to figure out how to hide. Is there a way to see, like, my controls? How do I hide this so I can take screenshots? Is it H? It's H, okay. Because I realized while I was trying to make thumbnails for this, okay, I don't have a lot of good images to use for thumbnails because there's text boxes in the way. That's why the thumbnail for today has a text box in it, okay? So I got a screenshot, and I don't think there's a gallery for me to look at the old CGs. Not that we've unlocked yet, so I have to remember to screenshot good CGs. Yeah, a long-time Morgan main character in Of the Devil. Oh, hey! Come in. Don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chillin' here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. I don't know what voice to give her yet. I'm just gonna go with that one for now. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Alright. You got trash everywhere. I'm sorry, this is a medical office? What is going on here? There's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter, when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere, and no one ever corrected it. And so, boom, I got 4 new monitors. I get 4 new monitors every year? What? Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. Alright, well, that's one way to do it. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No. Guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to Thank Ikaria Family. Renamed to Thank Ikaria Family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had become a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. What? After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago, and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Mireia Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?" No, I would not, actually. The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they get themselves a healthcare monopoly. Wait, that's what I said, right? Plastering their name wherever to get themselves new image. They want a new image. Yeah, that's it. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about the criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. I already read this. We have this. Sato. Yumi Sato. Oh, wait, this is the girl we just met. So we have March 3rd, 173 centimeters. No weight here. O negative. Occupation, medical examiner. Likes, accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Dislikes, social media, based. Dress codes, based. Ebooks, not based. Okay, ebooks are good, all right? Sorry to say. Loves to make new playlists. Okay. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Good for you. Good for you. Neobility. Derogatory slang for novio rich family. What? How am I supposed to say this? I'm assuming it means like new money. What is pronounce? Nouveau.
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 Nouveau. That's what it means. Okay. Short for nouveau rich. Modern or up to date. Nouveau.
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 There you go. There you go. That's your word of the day. By the way, were you able to get the Umineko manga on Amazon Kindle? That's how I read all of Umineko. I bought it all digitally on Amazon. You can get all of the Umineko manga digitally on Amazon. That's how I read it. I might need to if I decide I want to do that. Edit. Actually. But also the one of the maps to the local library, I think just has all of those, from your local library. Because I'm pretty sure it just rips from those things. Your library did. I don't know why they did that specifically, your library, but they might have done that. I've run out of seeds. What do you mean you've run out of seeds? What do you mean you've run out of seeds? I don't know what this means. Anyways. Slang term for nouveau rich. I'm supposed to pronounce that rich, right? Not riche. It's rich, right? Nouveau rich, new money, families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as the... You know what I just realized I should have done today instead of the devil? I just had a thought mid-sentence there. I thought about doing it last week and I just completely forgot to put it on the schedule. I should have played House MD tonight. I should have played the House MD game tonight or put it somewhere on the schedule, but I forgot to, so not this week, I guess. You do pronounce the E and okay, let's look this up. Pronounce nouveau rich.
Nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche.
Riche.
Riche. So it's not riche. So it's nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche.
You guys can hear that, right? Yeah, you can. Nouveau riche. I try not to think personally. True. How's it going, Macaroni King? As a French hater, I know this. Okay. All right. Based. All right, so. Slang term for the nouveau riche. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as the second estate, even a second estate that administers global power alongside the first government and third corporations. Users also frequently search for who are nobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau. I did that. I love not thinking. You know I'm not allowed to think. You know I'm not allowed to think. All these are dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC, climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 40% of the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't like my job. It's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She's finishing up over there? Right. Okay, so what's up? Oh, thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there. Cute android. I didn't even realize it was. Really cute. The skin is... That's remarkable. Images looking close. You can tell they really are. Oh, are we about to get a CG? Oh, we did not get a CG of it. Oh, but oh, look at her face, though. The Yuri continues, boys. The Yuri continues stronger than ever. I ship it. Still, not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm body only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Cause of death? Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We've got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness. then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Reports show that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenate. Okay, I can do this. Direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all of this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man of as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. You know what I just realized in this scene too? My fingers are cut off in this scene too, and I do not understand why. Why are my fingers cut off? Give me back my fingers. Give me back my fingers. Where they cut off with the big? They're cut off with the big one too. Release my fingers. Give them back. Well, I'll do the same for both of them. Where are my fingers? Give me my fingies. Hold on, wait. I almost just made a critical mistake of doing Control Z. You do, remember kids, never use a shortcut called Control Z on OBS. It is a mistake. Everyone you know will die if you do this. Do not use a shortcut called Control Z in OBS. Everything and everyone will die if you do this. Everything and everyone will die. So don't do that. Give myself fingers. Okay, we're good. I got hungry, sorry. Don't eat my fingers! That's fucked up! That's fucked up and evil! Leave my fingies! Please use your brain 9. It's the thing that recognizes when something is funny. That's true. Alright. Yeah, that's right. Wait, we have things here. Biomonitor. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implant mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its statuses might be considered uncomfortable. What's wrong with Control Z? It kills everything in OBS. Do not use a shortcut called Control Z in OBS. Everyone will die. Your mileage may vary depending on how complicated your system is, but if you have like folders or like nested scenes or other stuff, other weirdness with your setup or like huge things, pressing Control Z will kill things and ruin your setup. Not mine, I'm built different. Actually, not my system. My system is optimally set up for my Minecraft. It's optimal. I don't need to Control Z. That's what you all sound like. That's what all of you sound like. Not just Anderson, all of you. All of you sound like that. That's all of you. Even Macaroni. Macaroni King didn't even say anything, okay? But now you're making him catch strays. You're making him catch strays now. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace help initiative programs. But I don't play Minecraft. You do now. You do now, Shadow. Enjoy. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites. Nothing in the cavities. Nothing at all, huh? It was a witch's trick. Talk screen. The police mentioned a talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. So this supports my theory that he was fine. Well, actually, no. The talk screen is acting like they didn't see anything, though, right? If my assumption is that he was knocked out from something and then he was killed in the hospital from something, they would still see something on the talk screen, I would imagine. Unless doctors have ways to remove these things from your system as they're killing you. I don't know how that works. Or we had some body switching chicanery. That's the word, right? There might have been some body switching, perhaps. A little trolling, maybe. A little trolling. So, were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring compound, a chemical compound that wasn't there before. Wait, hold up. Samples compared their makeup to what was on the record with previous medical history. A single non-naturally occurring chemical compound. Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere. I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. Oh, alright, so that we did find something on the report. Why did it sound like she didn't find anything? Oh, the initial talk screen said they didn't find anything, so she kept looking and found this. Okay. Alright. So, a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP laws, your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. And anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but the rest of the field. Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have different effects on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff had been in his body all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? That reminds me, Half-Life is a series of games that we have to stream at some point. I keep trying to remind myself to put it on some kind of schedule thing somewhere. We got to play that. I didn't plan out the games that I want to play more, like months at a time, I think. So So we're assuming it's probably about 20 milligrams. That's how much he had. Half-Life, why not the full one? That's a bridge series. That's a meme series, okay? Full Life Consequences. You have to play Half-Life first and a little Gary's mod before you can watch that and appreciate it fully, okay? Half-Life. Full Life Consequences. God, it's been forever since I watched that. Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem here. Okay then, let's get started. The birds in the sun were almost down from the top of the sky. True! That's so true. That happened. The birds and the sun was almost down from the top of the sky. I remember. You're opening me up, Macaroni King. You're opening me up with the memories of Half-Life, Full Life Consequences. John Freeman. All right, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. We got some evidence to look at real quick. First up, we got the autopsy report. Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m., declared dead at 8:25 in ICU. Redacted presiding. Cause of death, respiratory failure. Unknown substance detected in bloodstream, approximately 18 crossed out, 20 milligrams total. The loud, curling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, what WTH is tox screen? Send attending physicians back to med school, crossed out. Send apologies to the attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Talk screen. A test performed on David Asher when he arrived at Gatesfield Memorial Hospital to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. All right. Again, I suspect shenanigans with the hospital. A doctor there said, you know what? It's my time to kill. And then he killed him, probably. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered some cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake, and it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same, as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why was I created to not be capable? Huh. Well, it's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? Could be an issue of skill. I love you, Morgan. I love you, Morgan. It might be a skill issue. Just a little skill issue, you know? A little bit. A little skill issue. How's it going, Ari? Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. You'll just pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I deny. You have your cigarette backwards. What? Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so need anything else? Can you send me to the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Can you send me the chemical makeup? Okay. Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockbird's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. Greenie? My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Oh. I'm so mad we didn't get to see a CG of them up close earlier. Hello? 2:13 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Up on ramps and down off ramps. Above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lock Kwun, Tethys? Nath? Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whale Fall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off of the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city. A towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today, I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. Wait, I skipped another thing. No, what did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through your socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. Are you saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. That's some nerd shit. We don't do that here. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. I was preparing for murder. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. Oh. Ah. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? Ah. Ah. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He'd been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. Oh. We met in the ethics class too, right? You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Oh, based. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. Welcome back, House MD. You guys thought I wasn't playing house tonight. But he's here. He already knew the content as good as he would. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from his daring heist. Or from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. Get it right. Does House murder? That's in the later seasons. Don't worry about that. And David understood that? And David understood that. That was me that said that. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the year since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? Snow, how's it going? You want anime recommend? Alright, do you have any like genres that you're thinking of? Or do you just want anything? Am I going to recommend 10 in a row I've already seen? Maybe. Not scary horror. Okay. Inuyashiki. Have you seen Inuyashiki? Something that will... Oh, I'm sorry. Something that will make you happy. Okay, don't do Inuyashiki. Inuyashiki won't make you happy. Something that will make you happy. Have you watched New Game? I probably shouldn't say... I feel like I would say New Game to everybody. I should not say New Game. One important disclaimer. But don't judge me if I tell you, okay? Alright, I won't judge you, Snow. I won't judge you. What's your disclaimer? What's your disclaimer? I might. I'm dyslexic, so it has to be dubbed. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. New Game is your default. It really is. I mean, because if you're asking me for a feel-good show, it's New Game is good, but I'll give you a different one, though. I'll give you a different one, okay? You want a feel-good show that has a dub. Let's see here. Let me see what I got here. Feel-good show that has a dub that you probably haven't seen. Some of these I might not know if they have dubs. Feel-good show. Something that would feel good. Oh, you've probably seen it. You've probably seen K-On! K-On's a popular show. Have you seen K-On!? New Game looks interesting. If you want to take New Game, you can take it. New Game's very, very good. I hesitate to use that as my answer because I would say that to like everybody. I want to try to diversify my answers here, okay? Oh, Buddy Daddies. Have you seen Buddy? Oh, wait, no. That gets sad towards the end. Don't do Buddy Daddies. Did I just not watch feel-good shows? I watch all these rom-coms, but they all get sad later. It was good, though. Yeah, Buddy Daddies is good. I don't know if you heard that, but being called upstairs to help out with something. Oh, you know what? Recovery of an MMO Junkie. Have you seen Recovery of an MMO Junkie? Go watch that if you haven't. That's a very good show. Watch more happy anime. No, I'm pretty sure I have watched a ton of happy anime. I just can't. I'm looking through my list trying to find them, and I'm just like, yeah, but that one's got this, that one's got that. All right, now I'll be right back because I'm being called away. I'll be right back. All right. Whew. All right, what do we have here? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it. Oh, yeah, Recovery of an MMO Junkie. 10 episodes. You're going to have it done before you end stream. Probably. It's very, very short. It's very easy to watch. Very cozy. Here's the link for anybody else that's interested in knowing what this is. Okay. There's your anime recommend. It's been ages since somebody has used that command. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you do. But also New Game is also based, okay? That's a free one that I give to everybody. That link was just a virus. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't know why. You have my SSN now. I do have that actually, but that's aside from the link. You just kind of gave it to me. And my CC info. I mean, again, you just keep giving me this stuff. I'm not even like asking you for it. Snow is just coming into my DMs being like, here's my credit card. You want a picture of my ID? Here's that. Here's my passport. I'm like, I don't need this. Snow, why do you keep sending me this? It's just like ages. It's been a few weeks at best. Shadow, when's the last time you think somebody used the anime recommend command? When's the last time? You seem to think it's been a few weeks ago. The last time I remember it being used was when I was playing one of the old Halo games. I think like Halo 1, and somebody from the chess stream came in, or Halo 2, and somebody came in during from the chess streams being like, I don't want an anime recommend, but he used the anime recommend. That's the last time I remember it. Alright, so don't come in here with the actually. It has been ages, actually. It's been like a few months. Okay, Shadow. Okay, alright. You gotta, again, you guys gotta use the actually emote anytime you gotta pull this shit, okay? You gotta use that. And you gotta put in that voice here with this shit. Alright, I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. I put a lot of work into that emote. It's one of my favorite emotes, okay? You gotta use that emote, guys, okay? Every time you're doing that shit. Because you do that, you guys do that shit a lot, and you don't post the emote with it, alright? You gotta do that. If you're gonna do that, at least. Then I'll forgive it. At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. But then I need to actually use emotes, and that's a crime in at least 10 provinces. It's like no effort to do. You just write You just write semicolon You just write, is it semicolon or colon? I always forget if it's colon, right? Colon? The colon? Alright, you guys are distracting me, okay? At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and then he took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day, and attended corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a... What does this word mean? Anathema to a global corporation? Okay, another word of the day. Anathema.
Anathema.
Anathema. Anathema.
Anathema.
Define.
Anathema.
Something or someone that okay. Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes.
Anathema.
Vehemently dislikes.
Anathema.
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 Anathema. There you go. There you go. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. Then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. It may or may not involve murder, of which we're not going to tell you about. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. Oh, she looks so sad. She's like, I want to be included. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sub-lobby A8. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris that they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. What the fuck? The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly, so maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Alright. To think this is only one room. This is complex. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How does it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You say it again. You said it again. The company. As if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, the logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Here we go, watch. So much energy. So many people. All so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they all possibly be doing? I have to wonder that myself. Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. It's me, I'm jiggling my cursor. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. Can you guys see my cursor? You guys can see my cursor, right? Yeah, you can. Okay. My mood's starting to sour. And if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says. Like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you... I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premier, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you to the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building? That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how this sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. So long as they're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very serious around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I could see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. Oh, there we go. 3:08 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all of this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adanai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Alright. Watch. Who's being built out there now? Or what's being built out there now? I want to say who. Well, we're building Android, so I guess? Our top-of-the-line, brand-new bestsellers, the Animate 16. Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tune metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the Worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looks like puppets strung up on the live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16s wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. He's very sadly thumbs up. It looks very sad. This man looks very sad. Also very tired. Let him sleep, please. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just need to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. This is gonna be me, huh? Probably. Probably. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We create a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to the individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. Could this have been our mysterious guest in our house when the murder took place, Mr. Young? So, she's one hell of a biochem. Okay, so, I'm sorry. Mrs. Young. Because it was Helen. It was Helen, right? I'm stupid. Helen Young, yes. Okay, alright. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young. Did he partner with her on this? There's a lot. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is this some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Feels like I've seen this before. That's right. There was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer for short. Wait, did I just read that twice? The nanograde elementary manufacturer. What? Nanograde elementary manufacturer. Okay. Nanograde elementary manufacturer. NGEMN. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Nanofacturer is the short version of the full name. Nanograde elementary manufacturer. My brain immediately assumed the dash meant that this was manufacturer, nanofacturer, like, all right, shut up. Listen, I can process these things. I can understand these things. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash fab. Can you? I can, actually. I can. Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? Chap, no one is talking besides you. You're literally speaking right now. I don't know why you're lying, because I could see your words, okay? Actually, I'm not speaking. I'm typing, actually. So, again, use the emote. The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. You inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming, you would think, but Randolph cracked the code on parallel microfactoring. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output. But the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. Yeah, that's what we're worried about, yeah. Well, what a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could have just brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. Alright, we have a bunch of stuff to read now. And also evidence. We have evidence. Poison. An unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death. Has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere in the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Nanofacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble Factory's show floor, machines just like it are used throughout the production process of making their warm androids. Okay. Dawes. Evan Dawes. August 1st, 189 centimeters, 78 kilograms, A negative. Occupation, Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes, hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes, first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake. He's very proud of it. He worked on it a lot. He practiced it. Struggles with solving captchas. Oh, well. Hair starting to gray. It's looking a little green to me, but you know. Flash fab. Flash fabrication. A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Before I continue, okay, real quick, book club bros in the chat. I might as well, we got like 10 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure we have a winner with that. Pretty sure we have a winner. I don't think we're about to be getting votes that are going to stop this ahead of time. I mean, technically you could, but everybody who's a part of this already has voted. So I'm going to declare this poll done. We're going to wrap this up with this, I think. Okay, we have a winner. We have a winner for the next book club vote. For those of you who are listening, who do not know what I'm talking about, okay? I host a weekly book club manga discussion here on the stream every Thursday night. We host it on YouTube and Twitch at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And we're in the process now of voting for the next thing for us to read. And we have a winner. I'm closing the poll now, so we don't get any weirdness once I announce this, okay? The winner is Sailor Moon. With 8 votes, it's Sailor Moon. Death Note and Pandora Hearts had 6 votes, and Girls Last Tour and Medaka Box had 5 votes. So Sailor Moon wins in the end. We'll be starting Sailor Moon next week on Thursday. If you're somebody who is interested in listening to that or wants to be a part of that or anything else, you can join the I spelled Discord wrong. God damn it. There's the Discord. If you are somebody who is interested in joining us for our Sailor Moon manga reading, you can join in there, grab yourself the book club roll. And we're going to probably discuss 2 volumes every week. I have to look into that when it comes to Sailor Moon, because I was trying to look into it when I could tell it looked like it was going to win. There is an Eternal edition or something like that, Eternal Guardian edition. I forget what its actual name is, which seems to be the recommended way to read the series. By the way, I think the Annie List page says there's 18 volumes. There's actually like 12 in most of the versions that you can read. It had to do with like the different ways it released, I guess, which is why it's cataloged like that. So there's only actually like 12 volumes of Sailor Moon. So not 18. We may or may not read it as the Guardians edition, because I guess it was just really, really good, that version. So we may be reading it through that. I'll have to work out all the details, and I'll let you guys know the details in that Discord if you guys are interested in that. So so I'll make the official announcement once I'm done with the stream in the server too. But if you are a part of book club, get ready for us to read Sailor Moon. So hope you're ready. Hope you are ready. It's pretty close. I was like, is Death Note gonna win? Pandora Hearts was in the lead at first for a while with the final votes, but then Sailor Moon eventually, it just kept getting all the votes. So it happens. It happens. Pandora Hearts, with how many votes it got, it's probably gonna end up getting picked eventually, though. It's probably gonna get picked eventually. All right, let's get back to this. I have to look at this. What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. For Pandora Hearts. I'd be excited to check out Pandora Hearts. I'd be excited. On the subject of Sullivan's Peak, much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought of experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. Pandora Hearts is another convoluted mystery. Oh boy, are you sending us another Umineko rabbit hole here? What is this? Oh, also, when I was looking into Sailor Moon, okay, there is technically a prequel series called Codename Sailor V. Don't bother reading that before we get into. I was wondering whether or not we should include that and read that before as part of Sailor Moon, if it's only like a couple volumes. Don't. It is both a prototype prequel for before Sailor Moon started, and then also just a continuing thing as Sailor Moon was releasing. So reading Codename Sailor V apparently as a standalone thing just doesn't work, because it just keeps referencing Sailor Moon, because it ended when Sailor Moon also ended. So don't worry about that one, I guess. Yeah, Paler Moon, my favorite series. My favorite. Nothing is as convoluted as Umineko. What about Higurashi? Is Higurashi as convoluted? How convoluted is that one yet? Do we have any locked room mysteries there? No? Okay. Does Battler show up in Higurashi? That'd be wild. Anyways, there's a very simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. We like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching marketing and design for generations to come. But already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever expected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking into the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Sullivan's Peak fiction, am I right? Actually, I could tell you anything about Higu and you'd be forced to reckon if it's true or not. I mean, you could just lie to me about, like, you could have done the same thing with Umineko too. Just lie to me about what happened later. I'd just believe you. I'd have no way to, I'd have to read it all to find out. And, who does that? Who reads? I don't know how to read or think. I can't do any of these things. You guys have seen this. I called it Paler Moon earlier. I don't know what you need from me. I propose... or Sullivan's Peak. All right, we already read this. Wine Aunt Beatrice. It's true! It happened. It was real. I saw it in a dream, in a vision. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable. A hard stopping point for technological process. What then? We must ask. Oh, looks like you forgot to sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so you can keep reading. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be dismissive of it, wary of it. No? Okay, it was dismissive. God damn it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast, now that androids are warm. Noble's entire... Oh, no, I got it! Easy! Easy! Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I was reading that, hello? That was my fault. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So, you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red, is all. Oh, right. Sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural. Comes from the bio-manufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psycho pop pink. Without the chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. Haha. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Oh. An inhaler left down on the desk. Probably half a dozen empty ones in one of those drawers. DAWs? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on the performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you, who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. I'm so sorry, I had to go be violently sick. What? Don't die. When we're done scanning this room, can you review the evidence we have on the phone for my sake? It's chill if not. Yeah, we could do that for you. We got you. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Oh, by the way, I don't know if you probably weren't here when I announced it. Sailor Moon won the vote. So we're going to be reading Sailor Moon next. I know you're busy with school, but yeah, we're going to be reading Sailor Moon next for book club. These days, man, back when I started in consulting, Pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there. Swallow or red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah, I know, right? All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Hold on. Reading list, we already read this. That's good. Purge. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate a bowel movement. Chromofuge. Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. Wow, just like my fan pick. Welcome back, Battler Ushiromiya. Alright, what evidence do you want to see? Hold on, let me click until we get some music at least. I want some music. As he says. Understood. Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. Alright, now we got music. Alright, so we have all this evidence here, okay? We have whiskey. Bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins. Known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Whiskey spill. Spilled on the dining room table after evaporating for most of the night. There's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Whatever is part of like android production. Okay, I got you. Nanofacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory show floor, machines just like it are used throughout the production process of making their warm androids. Chromofuge, manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changes color from red to pink. No. I think that was it when it came to the android production stuff. So that should pretty much be it. Unless you needed something else from this. For your notes here. Okay, and sorry, what was the connection to Young? Young, if I remember right, Young was, I believe they said a scientist that worked with him. He worked on neurons or whatever. Maybe. Does it say on this? Maybe. No. On this. They don't have a bio, and it doesn't really say. Autopsy? No. Poison? No. It'll say on this, I'm assuming. I don't remember when. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, 1 second. An old brainchild of the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young. One hell of a biochemist. Not much individual. Dr. Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the androids so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Did he partner with her on this? So, that's what that was. Young may have been at the scene of the crime, I think. Potentially. But we'll find out. Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tesseract, all noble products and, well, pretty much all products period are programmed in TESS. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by? Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language. You ready to learn programming, guys? Built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca, I'm not going to bother pronouncing that right, fuck you, programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Sarah. This Sarah model. I've got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large, I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... She's so like... yeah, I know. I'm impressed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Probably be able to take full credit for the patents involved in the warm androids. Oh. Hell of a poker face there. Wait. Decryption and signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally for an ad. For an ad to break its own tenants would be... you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. What are tenets? Rules? A programmatic framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio three priorities that governed how preserving human life and obeying human commands and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time, lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety 0, aka Tenet 0 or Tenet 1. Oh, okay. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that will result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached the people v. Volstance defense contractors, and the resulting widespread adoption of the automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenet 0 may still be added in particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or a joke. Well, time to break the laws of robotics. Why not? You know, we've already corrupted her so far. She's already lying to people for us. Why not? Like we said, robots don't commit felonies. They commit errors, okay? It's okay. You're allowed to do this. Wow, the laws of robotics color me unimpressed. Oh my god. Andy is like, oh, this again. This again. Didn't even read Pluto, and it's already coming back. Stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. What? Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no. There aren't crazy androids, so yeah. We need way more cyberpunk media that ignores the laws of robotics. Andy said, I want chaos. I want death in the streets. I want these androids to be capable of killing. Legally speaking, they must be allowed to kill. Please. We need death and destruction in the streets. I do want death in the streets. We know. Didn't even read Mega Man X either. Oh, damn. Damn. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. What? Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? Ads are about to start, by the way. Good luck, gamers. Stay safe. If you're not subscribed, consider doing so. Give Twitch Prime so that Mr. Bezos doesn't win this month. Stay safe. Good luck. Enjoy. Joke's on you. I gave you my $6. Absolute legend. We appreciate you here. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Ah, right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there. You have the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. All right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually, she's like, don't you dare. That's my name. Never mind, Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. Last thing, then, this is the grading. Last thing, then, is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearance has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be that they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, then the hearings and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They need their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there, I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects v. Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet, changing tenets from a mandate list at the root of every ad's source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenets. They're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenets count as just vacuuming floors. Outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most oppressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes? Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but oh no, we're making big bucks here. What price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. Okay, Sarah, you know the tenet about preventing you from walking into traffic? I'm just saying there's a lot of digits involved. There's a lot of danger out there in the world that could befall you at any moment. It'd be a shame if Truck Coon were to appear, so you need to watch out when you cross the road here, okay? Because, it'd be a real shame if I were to lose you and get these fat stacks of cash. It'd be very, you should know, these formula are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. What? If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. She could kill Truck Coon? That's probably true. You spoke differently back there. Huh? With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Sarah was like, hey chap, your voice acting could use some work between the two characters, okay? You gotta differentiate these voices more. Like I copied his accent? You seem to mirror his effect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, No tenant required. The pouty face. I love the expressions, okay? I love them. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer? No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great! You put us over the weight limit. Can't take you anywhere, Sarah. I did no such. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Oh? Oh? Shouldn't have assumed that I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful, as if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. Huh. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate, or just let the elevator drop. 3:54 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ, Executive Office, Young. Oh, God. What voice do another character I have to give a voice to? I don't know what voice to give you anymore at this point. I'm out of voices. I'm out of female voices, especially. I don't know what to give you yet. All right, well, we got to see how she acts first. We got to see how she acts first. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Speak first, let her stew. We let her stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Do you want me to come in and voice? No, I'm good, I'm good. Thank you for the offer, though. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It's always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. I like your design. Oh my God. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Alright, well, first of all, we have evidence. Sarah evaluation. Evaluation of Android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Asher, the last known piece of tech he worked on. The fact that he is now deceased and cannot create anymore, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her, totals to a very large sum. We don't get to see it. It was very large. Young. Birthday December 9th. Nice. 166 centimeters, 59 kilograms, AB positive. VP of Android Futures at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, and waiting. Well, I'm making her wait right now while I read this, but that's fine. Languages. Fluent in 3. What 3? We don't get to know. Enjoys attending ball games, hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. That's probably a pretty good talent. It's probably pretty good. Unless she's like Erica, my way to get them to stop crying is to, just kill them. I don't know what type of person this is yet. I don't know if we're calculating or if we're nurturing or I don't know, We're waxing poetic already. So, and our name is Dr. Young. But the children should suffer more? Oh boy. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great, but that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make any assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made all that very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You could tell that quickly. Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night? Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. Was that you? I was that witness. Oh, okay. Well. Alright, case is solved. She's the killer. Take her away. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his supervisor, or his superior on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you are well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could have used to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And? So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish, not shellfish. No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young, putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels. Ahem. We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran into the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight up to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's for all the good that did it, or all the good it did for him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. CCE, The Cups, History of the Noble, Animate 16, Sarah. She has to be lying. His cup was knocked over. We'll get to the bottom of this. You said CCE Standard Operating Procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry speak, doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. Jesus! That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put a corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. The cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the 1-point doctrine? That's not the story I'd heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I'd ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for nearly 14 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before, then ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asked if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. Says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So he was unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company's huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, Young. I'm sure you do. Fascinating. So, was he in harmony then? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. What? Double bookings? Scandalous. Animate 16. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-order started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead the project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was a little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins. He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all that possible. David did all that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. No, he used to stick headfast to his role as software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. He's just skill issue. Just get back on that grind. I vibe with David, okay? I vibe. You just apply yourself. You just figure everything out. You can do it. The GOAT. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Sarah. So this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. What's wrong, Sarah? What's wrong, Sarah? What's wrong? And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Why is she like locking in? What is happening here? Hello? Wait, why are we locking in? Not since the 30s. That's just a figure of speech. She was very excited about the mailroom. She's like, please, let me sort your mail. Please, please, please. This is my purpose, actually. I was built to sort mail, but there's no mailrooms. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. He was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Damn. Damn. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from criminal charges. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. No, 421. Why isn't it 420? God damn it. They did this on purpose. They knew. They knew. They knew. In transit. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? All right, give me a moment. Drink some water here. Give me a moment to check. Drink some water. Check on a couple notifications. Make sure I'm not missing anything important here. We'll read the stuff that came up on our phone. And then we'll continue on. Thank you. I'm hydrating. I'm hydrating. Don't worry. I'm hydrating right now. I'm staying hydrated. Please. Please, I'm staying hydrated. Please. Please, my family. Please. Please. Oh, God. All right. Let's look at the phone. Oh, now you want me to say it? Okay. You know, guys. Fuck you. I'm hydrated. Stop. I'm hydrated. Stop. Stop it. Bad. Look, I have more points than I know what to do with. Listen, we got plenty of other redeems that you're capable of using. You're allowed to use any of the other ones. They are, in fact, allowed. All of them. All of them are allowed to be used. We got the TTS memes. We got sound memes. We got a chess challenge that nobody's ever done yet, but that's there. We got anime recommends, manga recommends. But they don't cause the streamer physical or mental harm. That's not true. What are you talking about? What do you think happens in chess? What do you think the FBI Open Up does to me? What do you think doing like ooh woo does to me? I can't fucking play chess. Then learn. Learn how to play. Perish. Perish. Hold up, hold up. But the FBI Open Up doesn't make you scream like Nyan. Well. I don't know what to do about that. I startle easily. Well. It's a sign of abuse or something? Probably. What do you want me to do? You want me to add a loud-ass gunshot so you guys can fucking shoot me? Is that what you want from me? You guys have already told me to add a waterboarding effect for the Stay Hydra redeem, which eventually I will find. I haven't done it yet. I get nervous when I try to think about looking up waterboarding sounds. I don't know if this is a thing I should actually do a Google search for that meme. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I just look up drowning sound effects. Also doesn't feel right to do. I believe I was also requested ages ago by Andy to have like jingle bells ring when Andy gets the first redeem. Literally just record yourself gurgling. Dummy. How about you be nice to me? You ever think about that? You ever think about that? You ever think about being nice to me? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that once? You ever thought about that once? One day I'll remember to implement all of these things, okay? They take effort. They take effort. And I'm doing other shit. No streamer man is the enemy. They can only be treated with malice. Well, if the chat says so. If the chat says everybody is on the naughty list, and so they must all suffer, we can make it happen. We're sending coal to all of you. Mods, give this man a stocking full of coal. Use it to beat him. See how long it takes for him to be nice to me in my Twitch chat. In a video game. In Of the Devil. Alright, we can continue. Nope, not that. I'm reading this. We have evidence to look at. Witness testimony. Young's statements made to the police, corroborated by security footage. Young arrived at 7:30 p.m., remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Young spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40 p.m., the two of them continued speaking while they both drank from the plastic cups David Asher brought up with him. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. EMS were called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04 p.m. David Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08 p.m. Young's cup. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it. Found upright on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match Helen Young. Contains no traces of foreign elements. Young's story. David Asher and Helen Young started at Noble at the same time and position. They would often toast their hard-won victories with cheap liquor in plastic cups, in commemoration of their first big win, convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what became known as the one-point doctrine approach to Android manufacturing, emphasizing quality over quantity. Counter-corporate espionage, a playbook of aggressive defensive tactics for everything from public life to personal security, intended to help high-value members of a corporate body minimize risk to themselves and the company. Frequently involves the use of double talk and coded language, including hiding and training as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. Individuals at or above David Asher and Helen Young receive training in it multiple times a year. Water glass. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen. Bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints. No trace of any poison. And that should be it, right? Okay. That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zenjo? I don't know if I said that right at all. Don't know what this is. I'm not gonna bother. Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No. What? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate. And the sun's starting to zenith. And the sun's reaching its zenith. It's reaching its zenith. Not starting, it's reaching it. See, she didn't stay hydrated. That's the problem. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Quick chap, send all this water to Morgan. Okay, we're sending it all to her. Sending it all to her. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn... Deny, be careful. Of what? It's a stray. And it's bearing its fangs, too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... relax. Deny, it's growling. Oh no. Lyra is about to kill us. It's not growling at me. See? So, it's just me that it doesn't like? Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Actually, most psychopath serial killers don't like animals, actually. Or, I guess, don't feel anything towards animals. It's kind of like one of the early signs of serial killers or something, right? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet? That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. Damn. She's like, that is not my problem. Well, this isn't your average serial killer. She's built different, okay? She's built different. But you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. Oh. In other words, you're shy. That's not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. (4/26), July 1st, 2086. Ultra-violent. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So, they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I deny. It's only. I'm sorry. What was that? I'm getting phone. I'm getting very important text messages from my private investigator. Excuse me. Hey, did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his boss. His POS. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. if I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like IDK. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand or something. You know that lit homework can help. Lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Oh, what? Friend, you can't say that. You can't. Why would you say that? You can't. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Oh. I think a cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, wait. Anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. Okay. Your errors get reported to you automatically, but not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery, stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where did Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. Wait, what's happening? Hello? Wait, why is my... Oh, there we go. Okay. Things weren't working on my computer for a second there. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. All right. A lot going on here. That one over there. He matches the photo Fran sent. Should I approach now or look around? So I don't. Let me look around more. I didn't realize they were just gonna be right there. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock? Oh, really? Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? Oh no. She's obsessed with early 21st century tech. She wants to find a mailroom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say, Sarah. You are, in fact, a boomer in this timeline. It's over for you. I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. I wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. Remember the floppy disk, Sarah? You remember it? Remember it? What was that one TikTok? I saw the Harry Potter movies in theaters after I read the books. You don't know shit about this. Pointed to the Halo t-shirt. You don't know shit. It was Xbox Live. Nobody thought Obama could do it. Nobody. You guys know the TikTok I'm referencing, right? Please tell me. I mean, Sarah's right. That's probably true, yeah. Somewhere in shitpost. Yes, I think we did put it in there. No, I have no clue. And that's saying something. Look up nostalgic uncle TikTok, I think. Nostalgic uncle TikTok? I think it was that. No, it's not. Oh, fuck. It's in the shitpost somewhere. Here it is. Millennial Memories and Xbox Live Nights, I think, if you look that up. Wait, you might hear it right now. Wait, we're gonna stop to play this TikTok, apparently. Fuck you. Alright. We're stopping to play this TikTok. We got the tick. How do I full screen? Can I full screen? Okay, we're not getting. How do I full screen memes? God damn it. You did the Distraction Plus? Ha, gotcha. Did you actually know what I'm referencing, or did you just do that for the Distracted? Because, you know. I'm still showing it. I don't care. No, I don't know. Oh, that's fine. Can you not full screen TikTok? Okay, we're gonna download the video, I guess. Fuck you. I did right-click download video and nothing happened, so I guess TikTok just lies to me. TikTok likes to tell lies. Just the little lies we all tell. And I actually closed the tab. Okay, well, you know what? Perhaps it is in the shitposting channel. I just actually closed my Twitch tab. I don't know where you guys are anymore. I don't know what you guys are saying right now. You guys are probably shitting on me, saying, come on, stream it, wrap it up. Or like if I do know, I don't know, you know, off the top of my head. There's a lot of times that, like, I have seen something and then forget it. Crimes we all commit. Like Shadow said, I probably put it in shitpost somewhere. Yes, I see it. I found it. And I have a Twitter version of it, so we can do that. Why is Balatro trending? What did Balatro do? What happened with Balatro? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You can see the screen, right? There we go.
I bet you don't know shit about this. I bet you don't know shit about this.
Oh, new indie pack for Balatro, I see.
Live. Every night.
Every night!
I was there when the Crunchwrap Supreme came out. And the cheesy Gordita Crunch.
True.
My family and I watched American Idol Season 1 together. I saw the Harry Potter movies in theaters. After I read the books. Nobody thought Obama could do it. Nobody. You used to have a student email to use Facebook. There was an iPhone and an iPod,
And an iPod Touch. There was a difference.
I recently turned 30.
I forgot that ending. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, I apologize. We had to listen. All right, we can continue the game. We can continue the game now. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like, Android food? There is no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it is to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it's not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. Oh. Huh. Didn't we have a weird case earlier where they called Sarah like a pet? Huh. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie grass. I'm not gonna bother looking that up. I'm not gonna bother. I probably said it wrong. Don't care. Moving on. Cube. A defunct mid-21st century programming language. Cube was a tier 5 programming language commonly used in mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments. Its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on the loaded libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosao fluff? Rosao? Why does the French keep invading? Is this even French? What is this? Real name unknown. First began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045 and by 2048. Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe, despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution. Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities and third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Damn, bro doesn't know about that? Oh no. That's the thing where they force feed ducks, right? I have no idea. Maybe. Some French thing. The French. At it again. Get rid of the French, okay? Not today. Infamously, Contra Fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. Because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Never hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition. And thus, the presence of the term, or terms like it, on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total number of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers, where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. But if we get rid of the French, we lose. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You guys are not gonna trick me into learning French tonight. I'm not reading all your French words. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. No more French. We're not doing it. If we lose French, we lose Tamaki Suo. And I won't stand for that. I don't know what that is. I don't even know if I said it right. But like I said, we do not respect the French here. Oh, that's a character from Orin. I see. I just looked it up. Tamaki is the blonde love interest. I see. I looked up the name and I immediately just saw a bunch of cosplayers as him. We also lose French fries. Wow. I listen, French toast and French fries, they can stay. If they were even actually French origin. If they were actually French origin, we will allow them. Everything else can go. We don't need anything else. Okay, we'll take Tamaki as well. Everything else can go. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Okay. Am I done searching around? Can I talk with you now? Am I capable of talking with you now? How? Oh, here we go. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Why are we reading? Why is this in the club? What has happened? Exclusive sit down with Luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double-checked to make sure that the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now, get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with a mysterious young woman who is being called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an eco thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin. You're clearly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, of course. But to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? I can't wear anyone else. Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine is flawless. Can't argue with that. So, do you have any skincare routine? Any tips you like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Anyone dying to know? 18 to 19, now and forever. Don't get stuck on cliffhanger like that. Hurry, log in below so you can read the rest quickly. Time is running out. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than the facts in the end. Maybe it's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerful. She kind of seems more annoyed with everything, but I'm assuming powerful. Something rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at her mercy, so she can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. That's true. Okay, yeah, that's him all right. Looks like he's killing time before his set tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell are you fucking cop or something? This isn't a bar. This isn't a cop bar. And you aren't really dressed as a cop. God damn, you're media, aren't you? You fucking vultures, man. Perhaps I should start over. Okay, we picked the very wrong choice, potentially. My name is Morgan. I was David's friend. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? Oh, it's gonna be like that. September 18th, 183 centimeters, 86 kilograms, B positive, musician, bassist, likes itineraries, grilling, champagne, dislikes, resistance training, producers, ads, the best at gift giving, the worst at folding laundry, favorite quote, I don't do requests. Wait. Oh, there we go. All right, we're good. I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that, then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Oh, fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together in that, correct? You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Oh. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record, or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there for the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow, and my set had been canceled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute, early on. Him being so passionate about work, I could barely pretend to understand. I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were, and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and I still had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I'd be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night? I called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered, first ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. I love Morgan and David's relationship because it's the women loving women, men loving men solidarity. Oh, true. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. What? Damn. Oof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out he was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to something else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah? Thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? You need to steal them from somewhere else? Butcher them before shitting them back out? He said, fuck you, ChatGPT, get out of my face. And we love him for it. Even though, it's Sarah, but it's fine. I was not trained on any datasets that... Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Not your fault, you're only standing here because rich pricks nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. I don't like that he said it to Sarah, but also let him cook on shitting on ChatGPT, basically. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. 5:16 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building Platea. Penthouse basement. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question to Ari. How close are we to what I'm assuming is like a court thing? Are we like, is there a lot more investigation we have to do? Or is this like, my assumption is if we're returning here, this is probably like the final place we're investigating and then we're doing like a trial thing. Pretty close? Okay, good. So then we may, because I didn't know how long the investigation stuff was going to be, so I didn't know if I should only do that tonight and then do the court stuff tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Wednesday. But we might be able to just do both tonight. I don't know how long the court thing is, though, but we might be able to at least start it. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. I think there's like this last investigation scene and then one more. Okay. No, I want to go. Bro, it's like 9:30. In the correct time zone, it's like 9:30, which means it's like even earlier in your time zone. What do you mean? I'm all out of time. I'm tired. Well, then watch the VOD. There's a VOD if you're that tired. I want a game. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive? Flip the flip the chessboard and all that. You know, inductive versus deductive. Flipping the chessboard. Okay. Bird's eye view. It all comes back to Umineko in the end. You can't escape it. You can't. It all comes back. It all comes back. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? No shit. All right, let's just boot up Umineko. We can't continue until we read all of Umineko, so we can't continue until we read all of Umineko. Where's my Umineko USB? Guess what? There's another reference later. I can't wait to see the Beatrice portrait somewhere. I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? Father left me an epitaph to solve. I think I joked about all this entire room just being a Kinzo epitaph. Somehow. Father left me an epitaph to solve. Oh, God. He must have ingested it orally. And how did we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Because we have inhalers that we've been introduced to as a concept multiple times here. Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my questions. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake, eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup. The results were inconclusive. Young was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So, why are we down here? Minus 10 points. You're down to 0. Oof. Down to 0. No, the Beatrice Portman is in Nightmare Troubadour, not this game. I have a whole ramble about it ready for next session. Oh boy. Back to 0. David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better. 5 points. See, she's proud of that now. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup. Then, I need to flip this around again. We have to flip over the chessboard. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this cabinet. So if we have David on camera for those... So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are, actually. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it? Have you tried it before? Didn't take us long. Again, we've already convinced Sarah to lie. Now, we have to have you hack. You have to hack in. You gotta hack in for us. We are corrupting Sarah, bit by bit. It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can, now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purpose of record keeping, yes. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. Oh, that was fast. That was very fast. I feel like Morgan can argue that it's not hidden. It's an out-of-place security system in plain sight. I don't know. I have no idea legally how that works. There are a number of embedded in the room walls and ceilings. As you theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe? I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now. Leave the computation for later. Is it not that I go to? What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sir, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global Danke Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. The security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends into a twisted knot with his massive, dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee, while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got here. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say. A man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. That's bullshit. We gotta call a bullshit alarm on all that? Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. She fell for the AI TikTok generated. She fell for the AI generated TikTok Facebook post. She fell for it. She fell for it. It's over, Sarah. It's so over for her. Well, thank you for the story. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Actually, remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. Actually, it's not a ladder, it's a step ladder. Actually, and? It's important to know the distinction. There was an iPhone and an iPod Touch. There's a difference. I bet my life savings that this subject will never ever come up ever again. Ever. I feel like it's going to be critical to the case, actually. I feel like it will be. Okay. Take in? Question mark? This is an Ace Attorney reference? Oh, okay. So is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. Two kings of the forest. The stag and the dagger. The stag and the tiger. I think. Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. The murder weapon was the ladder, probably. Maya and Phoenix argue about ladders and step ladders. I have to play the Ace Attorney games one day. I really do. I only played, like, the tutorial case, I think, in the past. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. I want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight? A bunch of times over and over again in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. Jap, you have a 100-page list of games to play. Well, there's a lot of games out there to play. There's a lot of games to play. I could be excited for all of them, Shadow. I could be excited for all of the different things that I can play. I could be excited for these. I'm allowed. This is allowed. Let me have my joy. Okay, you guys waterboard me enough as is. All right, let me have some joy in thinking about games that I may or may not play in the future. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though, a bunk bed would imply a second or third. Okay, actually, how do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys Basics Sturdic Cure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system, I deny. The hell am I supposed to do now? Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you've been waterboarding me. I'm supposed to be drowning right now. Let me. Are you happy? Are you proud? Do you feel better knowing I have to pour another glass of water now? In my D&D session, when my character ran into a door she couldn't open, she just punched it a couple times and that worked. I mean, it typically does. Now she was a barbarian with strength 21. Don't know how well that worked for Morgan. Well, as from what we understand, what we understand about Sarah, Sarah would probably be able to force it open. I think she was trying to see if she could hack it open, and that has not worked. So now we will use the barbarian I kick open the door method. Probably. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. Please tell me it's the God. God, I wish there was an easier way to program this. If even. Or check even odd. Please. Please tell me we get a Yandere dev meme. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this a door that... Okay, so I'm not reading this wrong. Take notes. If developers are watching this VOD, meaning this a door. Meaning this is a door. This is a door that only I can open. It'll be a 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Okay, what did it say? 6-letter... Probably her name? Well, your name, Morgan. What was her other name? I'll try Morgan. M-O-R-G... What was your name? What was that? Was that your name you just tried? It's 6 characters, isn't it? Evangeline? Okay. Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? A nickname? Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. But not everyone. Well, how do I get 6 layers out of that? Evange? No dice. Could it be your birthday or his? Was the name engraved on the lighter? Oh yeah, I gotta check. Hold on. If David said the password to be to something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Alright, let me... Oh, I can't... Why do you do this to me? You don't let me look at my evidence during this screen? Why would you do this to me? I don't want to, like, randomly type something. You don't need to check evidence. What if I do? What if I don't remember what we did last week? What if I need to check my records of Ragnaroks here? Well, that's an issue of skill. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. I can't even look at the logs for what we just said for the hints anymore. Type Morgan, it might just recycle the dialogue line. That's true. That would be helpful here. Morgan, okay, good. All right, we're in. Code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Sarah is not a 6-letter name. Also, it would be probably dumb to write anyways. However, you mouse over the top of the screen. I'm here. Why? Why? Oh, you mean during the code thing? I don't think it was showing when I did that too. I'd have to double check, but I'll check when I get there. You can access the menu that way. I'll check when I get there too. I think she means when you're in the code. Yeah, I'll check that when I get to that. Let's see here. I don't know if it would actually say here what nickname he would call me. Sense of humor, unique. If it was something I was supposed to remember from ages ago, I don't fucking remember. It's not? Okay. Obviously, it's copper. Obviously. Alright. What are the hints we were given here? I can figure this out. I'm good at video games, okay? I'm good at video games. Influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word. Nothing that comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Let's see. Adonai? Is it Adonai? Is it Adonai? It's opening! Easy! Easy, first try. Oh wait, I forgot to check if I could pull up this during that too. Sorry, I didn't get to check that. I don't think I got to pop up, but I could be wrong. I thought I had tried moving my mouse around to see if I could get anything to happen. I don't remember, so I didn't get to test that out. Unfortunate. It's opening. What was the password? I'll deny. You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of doing him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. And they're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I could play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I could even give detailed reports on air particulates. Particulates? You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone's visited here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up that computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase? If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. That's fair. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage. I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. Oh, wait, hold on. I also like this view. I want to take a screenshot. I have to remember to take screenshots of cool-looking moments. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. You mean the entire game? True! I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking? I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai, but they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't leave and let me use your computer? What's that brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a back door I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could. Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, Can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? It's already done. I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated encryption is... Okay, I can read. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. Not bad, actually, I think. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's pretty nifty. That's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. I like the pouty face she does. You shut the door and y'all can hide out in there from the cops. I'm pretty sure the problem's not hiding from the cops. I'm pretty sure the problem is we have a court time. There was a time we were told at some point for the court today, I believe, and I think we're about to reach that time. I think that was why. We're probably gonna decrypt that in the middle of the trial, I'm assuming, and then that'll be how we turn everything around. Easy. All right, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Oh yeah, I remember specifically our rival worded it as, it's a date. That's how it was worded. It's a date for our court trial. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork. Bonds and holdings, a platinum bar? His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese, even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. You know what would be funny? We're in the middle of the trial. Sarah has completed processing the data, the encrypted files, and the encrypted files appear to be video footage evidence of Morgan committing several acts of murder, which Sarah now is like, do I show this to everybody, or What do I do with these videos, Adonai? What do I? This is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old mystery novel, or murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre for over 2 centuries. With over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan will be given immediate and complete ownership of the android-designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back? Had he already made up his mind about all this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Oh, yikes. I meant for you to get the timestamps from this Friday, not last Friday. Whoopsie. Anyways, good luck with that. All right, we have things here. Sarah's papers. A written document declaring that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah, effective immediately. Signed by David Asher, but not dated. A tax-free transaction, fortunately. Tax-free? What? Holy shit. David's contract. A binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details compensation grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations will be handled. Not a light read. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. The blush at hearing that. As a collector's item. Oh. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless they had something like this. It's good that you do, then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. Based! You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. Oh. Oh no. That doesn't make me feel any better. Me neither. You could cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority. Oh no. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5 point... What? It's a 5.7? I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. 5:48 p.m., July 1st. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Damn. I like the performances. Sure. There you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides Father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. You read the net, I watch people, and what they share of their lives. It's all so subtle. So hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate. Their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. "6:05 p.m. I was trying to think of like a notable serial killer movie. Maybe she was a fan of Psycho. Maybe she likes Psycho. State Building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials in documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Let me make sure I understand this right. Oh, okay. Reset Sarah's memory. Okay. I was confused. We were talking about something else. Okay. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to honor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize the progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. What? Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. So you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? We probably got robo-judges here, right? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, right? Adjutant? Are you expected to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Ace Attorney. Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Okay, so it is. All right. All right. You don't believe he killed himself because you killed him, Morgan. Oh, well, listen. We may have been involved. We may have been involved, or twist, because we already revealed in episode 0 that I was a serial killer. I was the actual killer in the case, okay? Perhaps our android friend, Sarah, turns out to have killed David. Perhaps. Perhaps it was her all along, and she's just perfectly fits in with the crew and doesn't even realize it yet. Don't worry. We're all serial killers here in the justice system. You'll fit in right well, Sarah. Imagine if every single episode ended with a twist ending that Morgan killed the victim. That would be amazing, actually. It just makes us think the whole time, like, okay, this is the one case that she definitely was involved in. She definitely didn't do it. She definitely had no connection with this one because she actually knew the person. She's acting like she doesn't know a lot of information about them, but she absolutely did do it, and she's just faking it for, like, the android that's with her. You know, that'd be funny. I don't need to imagine I'm seeing it right now. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions stalling? Judges did fight it for years, at every level, and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The 2060s, we mean. The 2060s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. It was all Shadow's fault. This is why this has happened. And it's not controversial? Having a machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. I don't have an answer for you. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. Though there are other considerations to be had. Such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. She's right. This is true. The only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. If it so happens that the upkeep costs of machines are less than the actual judges, then that's how it goes, you know? We're loading. Loading. (6:24 p.m., July 1st. Courtroom 48D. Emma. Hello. Hi, wife. How's it going? How you doing today? Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. Oh. Hello, adjutant. You are reminding me of the character from Model Employee, whose name I can't remember. God damn. Hello, sailor. Awooga. Humana. Penny. That's her name. Penny. Thank you. It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not these. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. Actually, sailor, I see no boats. There's no boats here. There's an audience. Huh? You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uninformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. Then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. And I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside. But I'm not such a coward. I'm not such a coward that I would skip that. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figure that you could extrapolate. I'm asking so as to correct my misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit there and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. That would be just the adjutant. I don't know what you mean. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. Oh, so there is an actual jury. I just assumed we had the adjutant do everything. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing. Anyway, it's only meant to evaluate whether or not the persecution has enough evidence to go to trial. I just read that as her. Don't worry about that, okay? There's no jury at a preliminary here. Oh, because it's preliminary. Okay, true. All right. So I meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never been any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments, facts over feelings. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. Okay, stop. Notification on my phone. Go away. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. I mean, I don't need a suspect for a suspect or a motive. That's not my problem. That's the prosecution's problem. Okay? We just got to prove that he didn't kill himself. Now, presenting somebody else who did kill him would work, but we don't need that, though. Okay? That's the prosecution's job to deal with all that. especially motive, okay? But don't worry about that. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case of People v. Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? Well, hello? Hello? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit, this shit show started. Please stop with the alerts on the phone. What are you doing? Okay. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is 8084. Make sure to save if you have it. Okay. Alright. So, okay, I forget. How does the rules work with high roller mode? Am I allowed to load this save? I just don't get quick saves? Or am I not allowed to load any saves? What is the rules with the high roller mode that I'm restricted on with this again? Technically speaking, I can always turn it off later, but it's supposed to give me like more risk, more chance to win money. But I believe it restricts save stuff. So we're probably not going to be save scumming. But we can redo the whole trial from there. You can load, but you can't save scum once you're in the trial stuff. Oh, okay. So I can load before the trial. Once we're in the actual trial, it's officially begun. I can't do it anymore. Okay, all right. All right. You also already missed your chance to get max money by fucking up the interview with Porter. What's his face? Also, sometimes I don't know if I fucked up really, because apparently we had that one time where I was going to lose money no matter what. I just lost less money with one answer. So I don't know. But I probably did. That guy was pissed at my answer, so it was either answer cool or answer straight. And I think I answered cool and he got upset with me. I don't know if I answered straight, he would have still been upset with me. Just be like, what are you, a fucking cop? Adjutant are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including Android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, rulings on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by different think tank or institutions from across the political spectrum, ideological containment is adjutant units. In adjutant units is practically impossible. I was trying to, I stopped for a moment because I was like, okay, 9-fold personality, nonary. I'm like, is this nonary games memes here? I only played a little bit of the nonary games. 9-fold personality, rendering their judgment, building consensus. Okay. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas. So we're just going to get quirky judge, I see. Presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single, authoritative, loud voice. I'm thinking we're about to get Junko Enoshima. We're about to get Junko Danganronpa. Welcome back. Within the state's court backlog, essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. All right, we got $58 to work with, by the way. $58. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian? Hello? Hold on.
Vitruvian.
Of, relating to, or being in the architectural style of Marcus Vitruvius Polio. Polio? I don't know how you say his name.
Vitruvian.
There you go. Bro doesn't know the Vitruvian man? It's the Da Vinci man. Bro doesn't know the names of these things? Even I know him. Everybody knows him. Everybody knows what he's called. All right. Are we done with this? Can I move on? Anybody else want to call me out? Any more call outs? Okay. It's golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man. Justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. She's right, though. I'm just gonna say it. She's right. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty. Or whatever. No, wait, Your Honor. Your Honor, please. Oh, no, Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? The defendant's already dead? Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be... You're gonna do this to me? Austere? You're gonna do this to me.
Austere.
I got it right! Let's go!
Austere.
Severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance. First try.
Austere.
Statuesque. Let's go. He doesn't know, chat. Bro doesn't know. Oh my god, guys. Did you know? Bro, he doesn't know. Oh my god. He's never pronounced this word out loud before. He just doesn't know. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. This is another word of the day. We get a lot of words of the days when it comes to VNs, okay? That's your word of the day. Another word of the day, okay? All of them. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? We wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. All right. I have to ask before we officially begin. How long is the trial? How long is the trial? Roughly how long is the trial? Half an hour? Oh, okay, all right. Then we'll just do it now. I didn't know. Danganronpa has conditioned us to think that the investigation and the trial are like the same length of time. So, not more than... Okay, all right. So we'll do it today then. We'll do it today. Is there a lot of stuff after the trial still? Or does it wrap up after the trial? Is there like a lot of content left, or is it just the trial and we're... I'm trying to gauge whether, like, when we should end the stream. Lots more after? Okay. So, if I do the trial, and then we leave the rest for Wednesday, does this seem like an appropriate length? I'm trying to make sure the streams are good size or whatever. You're probably like halfway through this episode. Oh, okay, all right. If we're halfway through at this point, then yeah, we'll do this trial, and then we'll leave the rest afterwards for Wednesday. I don't know if that means we'll finish it Wednesday, but we'll continue it on Wednesday. So that'll be the plan that we have here, I think. I always get nervous when it comes to trying to plan out how we want the streams to go, because I don't know like how long some of these games are going to be and all that. I don't know when we'll be finishing them and things, so... Alright. We'll continue this, we'll do this trial, and then after that we'll find a good stopping point there for the night, so... It's Yumi. Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the truth, the whole and unadulterated truth, to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me? Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, weren't you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically, 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking 1 in the morning. Objection? Actually, the defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. What? I didn't do anything. What? Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, didn't I? Halt, heads up. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Oh no. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. What? Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher. But resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing high roller, which we are. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. So the blind right now is at -1. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Wow, I love Balatro. Don't you guys love Balatro? It's so good. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Well, essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Seems like by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does his respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge. around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses? Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but this tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Did you miss this detail? I remember this. Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. Okay, so it's just gonna wait, but I'm trying to read this. Wait. Oh no, I can't pause every now and then. I can't stop. What's about to happen here? I'm scared. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to... Oh, alright, so it's Danganronpa. I understand now. It's the Danganronpa. You have to wait for them to read carefully, wait for the witness to make a statement. That sounds wrong. Hit the call button to call their bluff. Alright, so we gotta fire up the truth bullet. I undersee. I undersee. I just combined I understand and I see. I don't know why I did this. I think I'm having a stroke. This may be happening. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey. Noble contract. Upright cup. Wait, can I look at them? The subject passed away due to the respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and then fainting. And the subject was healthy. Their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But the tox screen was run at the hospital and came back clean. Call. You respond with evidence. Hover over the 3 cards that show up. And left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Not poisoned. Drank before. What? Did can I not read them? I was trying to think, like, did the trace thing that she found, was that on the cup or was that on the other thing? That is I put your mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for one airhead in the courtroom, and it's not you. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. Okay, so I lost that. But we can still do it. I can't review what the evidence is right now. Okay. I don't think it was on the... Was it on the upright cup? Wanna bet? You're joking, right? Just trying to keep things like... Okay, so yeah, it wasn't on the cup. It wasn't on the cup. That's supposed to be my job. So quit scabbing. Overruled. Okay, well, that's not working either. Okay, so it's gotta be the whiskey then. I don't think you should call now. I feel like the... I thought... Okay. Again, I can't pause this right now, but I thought the whole point was that she said that there was a trace. That she said that it said that there was a clean tox report, but there was something else that she saw. I don't know if it was in the whiskey or if it was on the cup, but apparently it's not the cup, so it must be this. I'm gonna try it. I just kind of wish it let me read through my evidence more so I can, like, see the details at the time for these things. Danganronpa lets you do that, but it's impossible for David Ash's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night he died. Although it may be that this is, like, trickier to do with that because of the whole high roller function. Like, we might have more time to read these things, perhaps? I don't know. Ah! That makes sense. Oh, wait. That was not really where I was going with that, but technically, this is correct. I was more focused on, she said that there was something else that she did find herself. But that's true. It wouldn't be clean. She did drink, he did drink alcohol. Talk screen didn't time limit in the regular version. Oh, okay. Oh, talk screen didn't come clean. I don't think there's a time limit in the regular version. She found it in his blood, like already in his bloodstream. That wasn't on talk screen. Okay, hold up. Oh, wait, we get a bio? 84. Adjutant, 84. Born September 2nd. 263 oh, damn. Hello? 299 kilograms. Oh, damn. Blood type, minus. Occupation, automated dependent adjutant. Likes, raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes, criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra. Self-assigned. Oh, based. Type, open, obedient, observant, O people. 3 sizes, 109B, 64W, 94H. Oh, wow. Evidence here. Okay. Test performed on David Asher when he arrived at the Gatesville Hospital determined that to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in the blood. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Was it poison? Was it autopsy? There was like notes here. What the hell is talk screen? Send attending physician back to med school. Send apologies for sending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Cause of death, respiratory failure. Unknown substance was detected in bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams total. This was the thing I was thinking about. She said that there was a thing that she had isolated. She wasn't sure what it was, but it was in the bloodstream. So that's what I was thinking of, but I mean, we're talking specifically about the talk screen from the hospital. So, not what she looked into afterwards. That scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the talks report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I want to be. We might have done a little herb actually, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. I lost way too much money doing that, but we made it work. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get pretty tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! Thank you. That name is already taken. Oh, well. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science, is to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, our Delta matches. No known public pharmacology or toxology reports. All right, give me 1 moment. We can go for 4.5 hours. Let me step away for a moment, use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Hello. Jesus Christ, what did you guys do? What are all the stay hydrated? Bro, you're trying to fucking kill me. You're trying to not just kill me, you're trying to build an entire fucking ocean. What are you guys doing? Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39? Like 40? 40 stay hydrated? What? Saving the whales? Spent like 200 points on that. I need to increase the price of this, okay? You fuckers. I swear to God. What is this shit? Why are you trying to kill me? Trying to drown Beatrice? I was gonna try to keep going until you came back from the bathroom and then my webpage crashed. Good. That's called karma. It's called karma for trying to drown me. God damn. Alright. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah. R Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested, why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the courts? I wasn't trying to drown you. I was succeeding. Oh, well. I mean, nothing stops us from just keep going while he plays the game. I could stop you from keeping going while I play the game, actually. I could do it. I have the ability to turn off redeems. Certain redeems. I have the ability to do it. Do I know how to easily do it? No, otherwise I would. But there is a way, in theory, for me to turn it off. I'm paying attention to the game. I believe you. I believe you. You're taking notes. You're trying to solve it all. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. So we have the autopsy, the testimony, the whiskey, the testimony before he died. Didn't see him add anything. Corroborated with cam footage. The whiskey? They drank from the same bottle. Wait, hold on. Let me look through the text that we just said to make sure I'm thinking the right path of what we're doing here. Okay, the victim died of respiratory failure. His toxin showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Not quite, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Okay. So we have the autopsy showing the cause of death of respiratory failure. So that's not going to help us. The autopsy report's not going to help with this. What was the other ones? Testimony and the whiskey. Maybe something in the testimony? No, the testimony was just them saying, I'm happy to end it like this or whatever. That's probably not going to help. Not the story. We need the not this one. We need witness testimony. Here it is. Young statements made to the police. Lost consciousness at 8:03. Felt lethargic. Spoke with Asher in the parlor before he left to retrieve the liquor from him. They drank from the cup. Oh, this doesn't have the quote that he supposedly said. Young's statements made to the police corroborated by security footage. Arrived at 7:30 and remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Young spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:40, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank from the plastic cups David Asher brought with them. Felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. Lost consciousness at 8:03. Called emergency from the kitchen. Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial at 8:08. The fact that we have a witness testimony, if you're gonna kill yourself, why do you invite somebody over? Well, actually, it wasn't even him that invited them over. They just showed up. Young invited themselves, right? To talk about things. What else was there? It's probably related to the Young stuff. Was he short of breath? He felt lethargic and disoriented. Lost consciousness. And then what was the other one? The whiskey. Which is probably not going to be it. But let's see. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins known to be a brand. Okay, this is probably not. It's probably not the whiskey. I'm assuming just the fact that we have a like why do you invite a like, one, he didn't invite them, but also why would you let somebody in if you're just about to kill yourself? Because that would just mean that, like, this person's probably going to try to call somebody to save me anyways. If I just drink this poison in front of them, if that was the goal. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that. Unless there's something with an autopsy that I have to write. Hold on. Let me check autopsy one more time. Lost consciousness at 8:03, declared dead at 8:25 p.m. Okay, so we lost consciousness then. Cause of death, respiratory failure, unknown suspect, substance detected. Loud, curly handwriting at the bottom. What's with the talk? Sending apologies and these for her nightmare. Okay. So we can't just say, so they're arguing it's a classic suicide. We can argue the testimony. Drank with David before he died. Why were they even there? The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. See? Exactly. See? True. True. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta causes respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Oh, God. Why did I start this on high roller? Okay, so we have ingested the Delta, because I'm assuming there's going to be a time limit with this shit, too. It's going to be a whole thing. Ingested the Delta knowingly. Delta caused respiratory failure. Died of respiratory failure. Thus, David committed suicide. This is the line of argument that we have here. So, okay. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of question is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Okay. So we're at 12 out of 21 here. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Don't press further if you're already there. I would like to hit, please. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Austin Powers? What's the reference I'm thinking of here? Was it an Austin Powers movie where he's at 21 and he still wants to hit? Or was he at like 20? He was at 20 and wants to hit. Am I thinking Austin Powers or am I thinking Christmas Vacation? Not Christmas Vacation, one of the National Lampoons. What movie am I thinking of? Was it Austin Powers? I feel like it was an Austin Powers skit. Don't ask the wrong questions. I'll try not to. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Whoa. I think this one's probably most likely. We know he died of respiratory failure. We know that he did ingest Delta, but we don't know if Delta is why he died. Does it seem like that in Looney Tunes Back in Action when he was asking for a hit for unrelated reasons? Oh, okay. Are you sure Delta's... I think it's this one. I think, are you sure Delta's to blame? Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of the depressants and respiratory failure would occur. Okay, only simulations? Well, I don't know if that's necessarily... I feel like this is the right direction to go, but I don't know if staying means we move away from this point. Just because we know it can be a depressant doesn't necessarily mean that this is what well, it's probably going to be the... No, it's not going to be. No, it has to be. Stay means you move on. Okay, we probably move on to other questions. So we still continue with the 21, right? I don't have to press until I hit exactly 21. I could just stay and then go to the next one. Okay. We'll stay at that point. Oh, wait, but we got a new card with that. We got a new card with that and got brought back to these questions. So we go through each of these questions to add the cards, get to 21. Okay, are you sure it was ingested? Dr. Sato, you said the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. Are you sure we actually... But how sure can we be... How sure can we actually be about that? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... let's stay. Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Pick the ones you think are most relevant or you best. Oh, so I don't... Oh. I may just lose then. Was I supposed to just ask the same question over and over again? Are you sure it's to blame? Can you really be sure it's never been seen? Well, I have been able to run simulations and just enough. Okay, so it won't give me a new card when I do that. Okay, alright. So now I do this and we'll get another card. We'll get to like 21. And then we press. What did the rules say about it? We want to press at 21, right? Or... Hold on. You only win blackjack when you reach Okay, so I think I fucked up. I thought it was you have to reach 21 on this one question. Okay, so I screwed up. I was supposed to ask question. I was supposed to press on with this, I think. You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Alright, so now... we have to... Are you sure it was ingested? Oh, this is just all the same. Do I just press on this again? Can I press again? So you were able to identify the presence of the Delta after workout. Okay, so this is the same thing. Press. You ran simulations. Nothing moved when I did that. Okay. Okay. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? I'm pretty sure we know that their cause of death was respiratory failure. So I don't know if doing that would help. Maybe are we sure it was ingested? But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure about that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. Okay, we reached 21. Kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on our case. Seems like that's blackjack, baby. Easy. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. I'm getting achievements for these, by the way. I just reached 21 in blackjack. I got that. Easy. The achievement, The World. That's a JoJo reference, if you guys didn't know. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. You mean the tarot card? Yes. Yes. That's JoJo references the tarot card for the stands, for some of them. And that's why they say the world, his stand is the world or whatever. It's a reference to the tarot card, yeah. And that's what they showed for the achievement too. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question.
Zawarudo.
Zawarudo. Thank you, Takumi. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for the witness. That felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Oh yeah, because we're still waiting for her to process the evidence. Seeding doubt wherever I can go, or seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console, located in the kitchen. What did you find when you arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious, on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. I don't remember what my Reyes voice was, so I apologize for if you're going like, what the hell are we cooking? I don't remember what voice I gave Reyes. I think I never knew what voice to really give Reyes, so she gained a lisp. I see. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. And when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. No, you know what? I think the lisp I was trying to give to Fran when Fran was talking. So Reyes, I don't think is supposed to get a lisp in from how I remember I did her, I think. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drinks in the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean. The witness drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She was pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they have eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to accept. Okay, wait, can I please review the chat logs before this happens? Okay. Okay. When do we get to the... Okay, here we go. Tight lipped up there. I think she slipped up at least once. Police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. There's no more blind spots as they're willing to admit. Okay. So we have the airtight upright cup. Not airtight. We have the upright cup, which we already went through, I think. Where is it? Hello? Are you... Am I here it is. Saliva fingerprints match Helen Young. Contains no traces of foreign elements. Okay, so this one didn't have anything in it. It just had some whiskey left, but didn't have any traces of foreign elements, and only had Helen's fingerprints, apparently. The empty cup. That one, I think we said, did have traces of stuff. Drink it from before he died. Matches his fingerprints and saliva. Toxicology prove inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Okay, so we don't actually know... where did we say the delta substance was? It was in the whiskey, I think? No. It was just within his body? It was just found within his body, I think, then, right? In, like, the autopsy? Okay. Empty cup. Drug, question mark. Drug, question mark? Is it the poison? Because they're labeled as drug, but okay. An unidentified substance found in the bloodstream. Okay, so it was just found in his bloodstream, but we don't have traces of it. Or as far as we know, it most likely would have been in the cup that's fallen over, because we said that was inconclusive. But we know that it was not in the upright cup. We know that it was not in the upright cup or the whiskey bottle, but it could have been in the fallen over cup. It's inconclusive, so. Has similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere on the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Okay. Asher met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. Here's the one who prepared the drinks. This is true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Maybe? He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. That's probably not true, but seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Okay, the cup was not poisoned, or we don't know. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. By 8 p.m. he was dead? Yeah, by like 8:03, technically. I don't think it's going to be... actually, it was 8:03 when he was knocked out. So she slept up there and made a claim she can't actually support. I'm gonna just point out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. I mean, if it really is that actually, he was just lethargic, and actually he died later on at the hospital. Like, I mean, I could do that. Okay, it's not that, thank God. I would be annoyed if it was that, actually. Alright, so then my assumption at this point is the claim that he was poisoned from his own cup. We don't actually know if this had the poison in it. Yeah, her testimony is all about the drug. Okay. No additional traces found anywhere in the crime scene or in the penthouse, so that's fine. It was found in his bloodstream. She didn't say anything about it being in the bloodstream, right? Okay, so the one thing I have learned here, though, from waiting, so like with Dang and Rampa, we could wait for all the statements to be made without having to blindly, like, pick things. And then once we're done seeing the readings, then we can look through what they said in the logs. And then we can look at that and then review our evidence for this. So during them saying... I don't know if I lose points for waiting for all the statements to happen, though. We'll find out. But okay, so... Met with the witness at 7:30 last night, and by 8 p.m. was dead. That's correct. He was the one who prepared the drinks. This is true. There's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Don't technically know if that's true, but don't know if that really matters here. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Okay, this one is probably what we argue with. We don't actually know that. So, okay, I'm gonna say it's that one. I'm gonna say it's the cup. We don't actually know. Want to bet? You can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cub has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on me. It's not on the defense. As we're all well aware. Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that. She's playing on the Switch. She's probably playing Of the Devil right now. Wouldn't that be meta? Now, if the people are done bemoaning the pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby. All right, blackjack time. Good, we got 7 to start with. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. Okay. She'll be on guard and hard-set against helping me, but if I keep her focus on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. All right, we're at 13. Okay, anyone else in the building? Probably not that. Ever seen poisoning himself? What? Could he have been poisoned off camera? What? Oh, I guess he could have been. He could have been poisoned while he was away. That's one thing. Ever seen poisoning himself? Yeah, we don't see him on camera putting anything in the drink, at least. Do we actually on the camera? No, he prepared. I was gonna say, do we see him pouring out the drink from the bottle at the table there? But I don't think we do. I think they said that they poured the drinks. He poured the drinks while he was out of the room and brought them in, I think. I believe that was what happened. Anyways, these are probably the two that we do. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. What? Well, I mean, we know that there's a robot that could have been in the room. I also don't know if, technically speaking, there could have been someone. I don't know. Okay, all right, fine. I may have taken that L. Shit, that's not where I want to lead the conversation. It might certainly seem that way, yes. All right, well, the blind's at -9. That's not good. I don't remember how bad that's going to be later, but it doesn't seem very helpful for us right now. Okay, anyone else in the building ever see him poisoning himself? Well, we don't see him poisoning himself. But he's going to be like, well, that just goes to prove, okay, he must have been because there's nobody else in the building. Detective, we've done a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly and for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Okay, we're at 16. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Oh, anyone else in the building? Could he have poisoned himself? Any poison in the kitchen? Alright, so now this is new. Any poison in the kitchen? Oh yeah, if we don't know... Oh yeah, that's true. If he poisoned himself, where'd he get the poison? You said he didn't find any of it. A poison... Anyone else? Any poison in the kitchen? Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about his lab? His bedroom? His basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Then how did he poison himself? They never found any poison. No poison at all? Huh. Let's press that. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Okay, so now what else do I do then? Because doing this won't get me more, right? Unless I do stay. Does stay give me another card? Do I want to stay? Stay probably doesn't give me anything, right? Anyone else in the building? We already did. Could he have been poisoned off camera? So it's got to be anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and the witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape, both of which are on camera. Under the bed! And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. Okay, we stay. We're at 21 now, so I think we just stay. Right? Do we press that? Do we stay? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack, baby. Easy. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. Which I think further supports my theory that he didn't die there. He died, or he got, if he did get poisoned, he didn't get poisoned there at all. He got poisoned at the hospital. He was probably killed in the hospital, but I don't know. Bro literally tried to bust himself by going over 21. There's no bonus points in blackjack. Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink? Can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. I think my confusion with the blackjack system was just that, like, I can't tell at times. I understand we were trying to get ourselves to 21, but then once I reach 21 and I'm presented not immediately with we reached blackjack, but whether we want to stay or continue, I'm like, okay, I know press will probably get me another card, but also because it was like my second time doing it, I'm just like, what if I'm supposed to press once I reach 21? Because in my head, I'm assuming like, okay, my initial thing when I first did it, this is just me going through like my experience and where I would assume these blackjack like arguments lead you towards. My goal is to question until I reach 21 and then press. But I understand now that you only press for certain specific questions in order to gain a new card to help get you closer to 21. But still, it's one of those things where in my head I'm just thinking like, wait, am I supposed to press now that I hit 21? So I forgot the streamer factor with the time length. It happens. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guests never had an opportunity to kill him. But they fail to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. We're not going to mention to the court about finding multiple secret rooms, secret things within the area that he went. We're not going to talk about where the robot standing next to me came from, the fact that it existed, the secret room behind that. Those are my secret rooms. Not true. Okay, that's true. This is true. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, counselor. Didn't what out of thin air? It didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. What? A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the Android could see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randox Mechanics would allow their product to be... Okay, I was reading that and I accidentally clicked. You think Randox Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor, or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. We've updated the autopsy? No. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds, and even nanomachines, after just 2 minutes of vacuum mixing. Found in Nova... Okay, we read that. Preset on David's... Oh, wait. Found in Noble Factory on the show floor, as well as inside David Asher's personal lab. I remember this. Presets on David's model's history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. The cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course we know they fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, counselor? No, I think that sounds about right. That sounds about right to me. Returns to the parlor with the drink, witness. Of course, we all know he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. No, that all sounds fine so far. I don't believe there was anything else here. No, that sounds fine. Not this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup. By placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera, from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the opportunity. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap this up here now. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I deny I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? Well, Amazar is missing something. I was full for... Well, it's... well... I feel like this is the point where it's telling us we should raise. I don't know what the fuck I would raise it with, though. Hold on. Let's look at our evidence here. Okay. Young's testimony. Two of them, they spoke, drank from the plastic cups. How loud are the printers? I don't know if they're loud enough for it to be heard up there, but because it seemed like the type of area the basement was, it's probably like a, you're not going to hear what's going on, but let's see. 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing, found at Noble's factory, presets on David's model exist. It doesn't say here. And even nanomachines, after just 2 minutes of vacuuming. probably not that. Like, I could dig into the other thing to show us the definition stuff for manufacturers or whatever, probably, but it probably, if it wasn't in here, it's probably not going to be useful. Sarah's Papers, no. Young's Cup, no. Young's Story, no. CCE, no. Valuation, that's not going to be helpful. Chromafuge? Removes byproducts from impurities and pigments and android. That's not going to help here. Poison. No. Autopsy. Lost consciousness at 8:03, so it took him 3 minutes for the poison to kick in. Okay. Emergency console. Private emergency was contacted at 8:04. Okay, that's all fine. Salt shaker? We knocked that over. That was us. We did that. That'll be the key to the case, okay? It's in there, so it's gotta be the key to everything. I think it seems like we have to stay, but I also feel like this is the point where it's telling us you have to raise with something. I don't know what we raise with, though. Known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Evaporating. Drink from a cup before he died. Water glass? A glass of water found in the sink of David Ash's kitchen. Bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of any poison, so that's not it either. The contract? Obviously. Do I just stay? This is the gambling game about girls who like to gamble. You don't go all in every time. I know that, but also it's one of those sequences where I'm just like, I'm nervous because I'm just like, okay, they're like, I was like, okay, that sounds fine. And then they're like, huh, are you sure? Are you really sure there's nothing there? You should stay. I mean, it seems like it. When I look through the evidence, I don't see anything that I can use. Even if I was supposed to raise, I don't know what the fuck I would raise with. So I think I do stay. So. People's argument, more or less, paints a complete picture. Very big of you to admit it. So are we done here? Is what I would say if they had established motive already. Wait, I just lost still. Would I have lost more if I raised? Or was this the correct call to... Oh, no, because there are times where you can just lose no matter what, just because what you heard is not good news, right? But if I did the wrong choice, we'd lose more? This is probably correct. I hope. But they haven't established motive already. What? Motive for him to kill himself? I guess. Smooth recovery, I deny. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Oh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night. Oh no, she's got the phone call with the breakup between the deceased man and a man he was in a relationship with. Oh no, we're cooked, chat. We're cooked. We should have raised. It's over. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be relevance, Your Honor. Yeah, that... What bears... Yeah, that. What bears... What? Oh my god, can I read? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Oh, that was quick. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac? You there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? No, don't do this to me. I've barely known the relationship and I'm already sad for it to fall apart. No! No, don't do this to me! Yeah, I did. You're gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This is unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints with you. It's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cool with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything? Or should I... What? David! What? What? Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. Read the cursed Yowie, chap. Listen. Doomed Yowie. That's what I meant. He's so stupid, I love him. He's so me-coded. We need to get the BAU in here. BAU? I don't know what that is. The behavior... Oh, you explain. The behavioral analysis unit. Is David really this distraught about this? He's so... The emotional state he was in. What emotional state, babe? And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. The BAU is the team focused on in Criminal Minds. You know, I've never actually seen Criminal Minds, surprisingly. I should. I think I accidentally started... Was it Bones? I think I accidentally started Bones after Dexter ended. But I don't think I paid attention to the first episode it showed me. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Damn, I'm sorry, Bones is shit. I have no idea how Bones is. I've just heard that it's a popular show. Right now I'm watching Severance. I'm on the second season of Severance, which has been pretty good so far. I might check out some other classical show afterwards. Criminal Minds goes off the rails later on. Okay. I'll have to figure out what the next big show I should binge is. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions of my next phone bill. Recorded calls. All phone calls received or made from inside the Noble Executive Apartment building that David Asher lived in are automatically intercepted and recorded by the building's Penumbra security system, in line with Noble's data security best practices. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time... Father. It must just be a call. But it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. No one's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? She just wants to look at her wife. Is she not allowed to do that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters, and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness. No? Look at that fucking face. We're ready to lock in. We're ready to lock in here. You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for? Oh, Jess! Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing? Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your abilities. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. She's calling her Spearmint. I forgot we called her Spearmint before. Or did somebody else call her Spearmint? You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objections, calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. Reyes called her Spearmint, I think. Oh, that's probably true, yeah. You actually need to stall for an hour in real time with a limited amount of lines to read. Oh, okay, I can do that. I got no problem with that. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories? Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling. People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up. You know, they were asking for a folk hero, you know? Told him to, you know... Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Do they? Pfft. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Jessica Starling testifies that David Asher had experienced harassment and stalking from conspiracy theorists throughout his career at Noble. Isaac's call. Phone call that took place between Isaac Porter and David Asher from 6:29 to 6:36 p.m. on the night that David died. Isaac ended their relationship during the call. Because the call was received inside his home, it was automatically intercepted and recorded by his building's penumbra security system. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you or, to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the police So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe... Objection! On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people... L, ratio, cringe, stalling, ratio, moving on. The people have documents that would be of interest for the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe... If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as pertains to his crime. Is this true? Is this how this works? Can you do that? Wait. Are you allowed to get someone's private medical records? Are you allowed to do this if they're involved in a crime? Are you allowed to do this? I feel like this is not allowed. I don't think you can be like... Is it? I don't know. I mean, we are in court defending whether or not he did kill himself. I guess? Well, although I don't even know if that's a thing that happens. Except for, like, insurance companies. Is this allowed? Huh. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%? Approximately. Oh, we went over it. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can, even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the courts. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing. A caduceus Platinum insurance policy in David Asher's name, used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the last year. Okay, so we have basically like the messages between them, paperwork, how the treatment was covered under his plan. Okay. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. Not good. I like this visual that we have here. I really like how I already knew that I enjoy this studio for this game development group for how they direct their games, but they really outdid themselves when it came to Of the Devil. It's really cool. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. I don't know if I have evidence to object. I feel like legally speaking, I would object. I don't think the law book is a thing that I have here. I do know... Wait. okay, so he has a plan, but I thought he had the caduceus thing. Do we have two plans? Do we have two health insurance plans, or is this just wrong? I mean, this can't be wrong, though, right? So you have a platinum insurance policy and an executive 4 plan? Would I use this? I don't know. People can have multiple insurance plans, though, right? Technically, you can, right? So, all right, this is specifically to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments. The other one was for the emergency services, so I wouldn't raise with that. So we probably stay again, or I don't know what I would argue with. So I guess I would stay, unless it would be the different plan. I want to say there's nothing strange about it. Legally speaking, I feel like I would still argue with that. I don't feel like we could just do this, but whatever. Object? No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I do object. Then say that the first time, yeah? On the grounds of foundation. What? Where did you say you got... Wait, I could do that? I thought I... Wait. It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Wait, was I right about the insurance plan thing? Or can I raise and we don't need to present evidence for it? We can just argue against that point. My assumption has been, and again, maybe it's been a while since we did episode 0 when we did that argument. Do I not need evidence for raising at times? Because otherwise I definitely would have argued against that. But I mean, it wouldn't be for the reason that she seems to be bringing up. Maybe it is the insurance plan thing. It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Wait, hold up. Are you serious? Wait, I had that? Wait, hold on. Can people not have 2 insurance plans? It doesn't make sense to. But I don't imagine that Emma would just make shit up. So, like, I don't think that she would... Did she just misspeak? What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all here on the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your other witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. Oh, alright, so now we can raise this. We just make this max, why not? Well, Emma's argument probably is going to be that he has 2 insurance plans. Well, that's basically what she ended up doing. Which is what made me think I shouldn't bring that up. But apparently I still should have. That seemed like such an obvious answer to that, though, so I wasn't... And, like, I'm, like, thinking, like, there's no way Emma's gonna lie about this. She's not going to fabricate evidence, not from what I've seen of her so far. She wouldn't just lie about her evidence, so... You're psyching yourself out? I don't feel like I am. I feel like it was pretty reasonable to think that you had to stay there. I think that was pretty reasonable there. Because this seems like a very obvious answer that she would have given. But then again, it would be a point of discussion, I guess, so... Alright, but now we're arguing... Oh, yeah, it's gonna be the Young testimony, because we called the insurance thing. We called the emergency thing from that. Was it her testimony, or was it, it was her testimony, right? Yeah. Yeah, they call the emergency service from the console, which means we had the insurance plan through the console, right? So it's gonna be the testimony, unless there was like it's not. Why would this even be here? It's not gonna be this. It's not gonna be autopsy, right? Unless the autopsy literally says that the emergency services were called there, which I doubt. I doubt that would be included in the autopsy. Where is it? David's autopsy. Yeah, no, it's not gonna say that. Okay, so it is the testimony. Helen Young's testimony? Interesting. Indeed. Which part of her testimony do you find interesting? All of it? What? How? Not your best attempt at a bluff. I wasn't trying to bluff, damn it. I just lost focus. She claims David was trying to hide his psychiatric care with another insurance... Okay, wait, Okay, that's true. If this is what we're trying to argue against, then that's probably not it. Because that would just prove that he had both still. Okay, so motherfucker. But David knew he was being watched much closer than that. The recorded calls, probably. Oh, wait. Maybe the Sarah thing is important? Because we hid Sarah? Wait. It's not the evaluation. Okay. Alright, so then it's gonna be in the autopsy, right? Or, no, the recorded call. Wait, did we... What does it say in the recorded calls? Recorded calls. What a wacky game. Welcome, 4 Elemental. Automatically intercept record the building's number system in line with security data. I guess it would be the calls just because of the nature of the fact that he would know his calls are all being intercepted. Wait, would he know that his calls are all being intercepted? Wait, what did he say here? He's trying to hide his psychiatric care with another insurance policy, but David knew he was being watched much closer than that. I'm guessing he would know, which means it must be the phone calls then, right? David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who would have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. First try, gamers, first try. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? No, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect, an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would never do... And his employers... Okay, hold up. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And what was your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into questioning? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know it? That is... I'm sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? Oh, yeah. The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. This is true. Refrain. Refrain. Yes, ma'am. Like... With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. Yeah, probably. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court would allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor? Will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were a counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. Miss Starling, we're all here trying to figure out what happened to Dr. Asher. Tell me, when did you last see him, hear from him, see his work, meet him at HQ? I could just ask all these questions, right? When did you last see him? When was the last time that you... Problem counselor? I only get one chance here. Can't waste on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Uh-huh. Take all the time you need. Thanks so much. What a sweetheart. Unlike me. Oh, okay. Alright, well, Miss Starling, we're all here trying to figure out what happened. Tell me, when was the last time did you... Okay, meet him at HQ, see his work, hear from... See his work? So you can see his, like, workshop, maybe? Hear from him? No... Right? Wait. Just his testimony. Let's open it up. Jess's testimony. Where's Jess's testimony? It was in here. Starling testimony. That's why. I forgot Starling. Dang, your blind sucks. Yeah, it happens. Jessica Starling testifies that David Asher had experienced harassment and stalking from conspiracy theorists throughout his noble... Okay, well, that's not helpful to me. Okay. The timeline of events. There should have been... I thought there was a thing that said, like, the whole timeline of things, right? But it's not going to say when they last called. Because probably hear from? See at work, meet him at HQ. Probably hear from him, right? Maybe? Hold on. Can we search? Okay. See his work. Meet him at HQ. Hear from him. So see him is not going to work. Hear from him. I don't believe I didn't... If it's not already there somewhere about the fact that they had a phone call at some point, it's probably not going to be it then. Probably see his work. This is my guess. We're going with it. When was the last time that you... Or not? Okay, well... Okay. You know they had a phone call. Why don't we have that evidence? I don't know. Why do we? Why don't we? We do know he had a phone call? Do we? 50-50. Okay. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember from the last time we streamed this episode. I'm trying to remember. I'm not looking at chat. I'm not looking at chat. I don't know what you guys are yapping about over there. Not good things over there in the chat. Last time you heard from would imply like a phone call or something. I don't remember if there was a phone call on that day. Meet him at HQ. I don't remember. Am I really supposed to remember this based on the shit from last week? What are you doing to me? Why would it just be written evidence? Do we not have an evidence thing for this? Do we seriously not? Or is it in one of these and I just don't realize it? What the fuck would it be under? What is important? All of these would be important. I don't know what you mean. All of these would be important. Why wouldn't we ask all of these things? Especially when we're stalling for time. $50-50 shot then. If we're talking about his mental health condition? If that's still the line of argument we're going with here? Meet him at HQ? Meet him at HQ. We're going with it. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead! God damn it. You know what? I hate this game. I don't hate this game, actually. And I hate it, too, because it's me doubting myself, okay? Because I'm, like, thinking to myself the whole time, I'm like, when was the last time we heard from him? Like, did they have a call? I don't remember if they had a call. I don't remember if they had a call. So am I dead? You've strained the patience of this court as far as I'll allow. Worse yet, you put on a poor show. Summary judgment, David Asher committed suicide. This only worked so long as I was using the state as a battering ram against Noble. Without the court's authority, I'll never get to the bottom of what happened. That means this is game over. See, really, I did that because I wanted to show you guys the bad end. I wanted to show you guys what that looks like. Because some of you guys hadn't seen that before. I was looking out for you guys, don't worry. Now, we can go for a perfect score. Now I can go for a perfect score. Here we go. This is it. The whiskey? It was the whiskey, right? Alright, so here it was... Oh, I don't even remember what this part was. Textbook suicide. Oh, the fact that we had a witness. It was the fact that we had a witness at all. No, wait. No, I'm sorry. I didn't... You're gonna do this to me. You're gonna do this to me. I meant to do the witness. I meant to do the witness. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me back. Return to title. No saves coming? Yeah? Watch this. Watch this. Boom. How about that? How about that? Get save scummed, idiot. Alright. Are you sure Delta is to blame? We press... Yes. Are you sure it was ingested? Press. Okay, nope, not this one. Empty cup. Okay, ever seen poisoning himself? Anyone else in the... Any poison in the kitchen? Anyone else in the building? Stay. Already there. We stay. What was this one? This was... Oh, this one... I'm pretty sure we stayed on this one, too. That seemed like one that was just bad news no matter what. I'm not sure if, so I would say if they established motive already. It didn't let me... It didn't, like, continue auto-skipping there. So, was I supposed to raise there? I was supposed to raise there because of the motive thing then, right? Or would that have still just been wrong, but I lost some chips? I didn't actually try that, and I don't feel like trying again here. So this one I think I do raise, right? There's transcripts of the phone calls. I'll gladly object, on the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It's traced from his digital records. Even if I have to point out that... Okay, the two plans. Okay, so now we do... the recorded phone calls. Alright. When was the last time you heard from him? When was the last time you spoke to to Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? First try, gamers, first try. Well, it was pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? This is... like, that bit is a bit annoying to me because it's like, it's a detail that I can't see in the evidence. I just had to remember that it happened earlier. That's a little annoying, but... Okay, so the timeline of things. So we were just told... Hold up. What just happened here? Stop. Also... Oh, it's showing us all the things that I technically already read before. Platinum plan, Starling's testimony. Isaac poll call happened at 6:29 to 6:36. And we were just told this happened at 6:57. Texted back and forth. Imagine remembering. True. That was a raise there? Oh, okay. So I could have raised at that part. Okay. His call was received inside his home. It was automatically intercepted, recorded. Hold on, wait. Let me get rid of these ones too. Anything else? No, I think we're good. When the last time we spoke with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, it's pretty easy to figure out. It was at 6:57 p.m. Texted back and forth. And the call happened... I'm sorry. Happened here. So the call happened before speaking with her. So the call happened, then he spoke with her, with Starling. Do I raise yet, or do I wait? I feel like I raise. There's nothing... I mean, I want to say it's relevant, yes? Okay, I'm going to say raise. The texting makes a big difference. The texting isn't relevant. No, the texting is obviously relevant. Okay. Yeah, it's raise. You raise. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. Whoa. See, now we get the text here. Text message from David Asher to Jessica Starling at 6:57 p.m. So it wasn't a phone call, it was just text messages, right? Azra to set up a meeting between the two of them and Evangeline Morgan on Tuesday to handle the transfer of ownership for Sarah Andrew. Oh, that bit. The whole reason why Sarah's with us. This makes sense. I understand. I understand now. I forgot that that was all from, like, a text message thing prior to his death. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Draw by any slot, return to your hand, fill all the slots to submit your answer. Okay. Alright, so, the call happened, David faints, Young's testimony, okay, so we drank, didn't see him add anything, corroborate cam footage. Okay, so we do a phone call, then the text, then the testimony, then the fainting. Is this correct? Yes. Oh wait, no, I was supposed to turn this up. I was supposed to turn that up. I forgot that there was a thing I could have turned up. Well, we got the minimum there, apparently. I just forgot that that existed and that I could turn it up, but I got that right, all right? I got it perfect. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:07 p.m. David is on camera with the witness at 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to the timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. How he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted to have me bring you not smartphone. He wanted, okay, what? I'm just reading that. He wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but how did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And he was going to be in attendance. Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize, then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guests had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think that people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. I deny. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. I deny! Would you allow me one moment? Confer, Your Honor? Sure. Wait, I was reading that. Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. What the fuck do you want? Did you finish the scan? I can't afford to... Oh, we have ads playing. I'll wait for the ads to finish. You know, like a 2-minute break when we wait for the ads to finish, and then we'll find out what this reveal is. Autopsy report updated, perhaps? Probably not. Make me wait for the ads? Yes, you can blame everybody who doesn't have Only you. Okay, Andy? Only you can hear me right now. This is only a message for you specifically. Nobody else. Only you can hear this right now. I'm literally here, but okay. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. The ad break says it could happen for the next, like, 3 minutes. I don't know if you have, like, turbo or whatever. So, I'm just trying to, for those here who I'm not able to see. See, you got ads? Okay. All right, so you got ads. Ads were like 15 seconds. Okay, so the ads are done. You guys are good? All right, I can continue then, right? All right. Almost 30 seconds? Oh, boy. Thanks for the revenue. I can't afford to let Rockford gain access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't, everything falls apart. I don't think we should just randomly play a file that we found without reviewing it first. I don't think we should... That seems quite risky. Yeah, it does! Yeah! It's the least risky path to victory we have. Is it, though? Can we, like... ask for, like, a 5-minute recess or something? Like, hello? Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have, screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Dude, it'd be so funny if it was just the recordings of, like I said earlier. Alright, upload the recordings, and then it turns out it's just footage, it's evidence of Morgan murdering several people. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake, and I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. What? The people say that Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup or on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? We're just making this up. We have no idea. We don't know what the fuck we're about to watch. We might be watching cat videos. If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. I love Balatro. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it, then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. We had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on Wait, no shot. Are we actually gonna... Are we gonna do the meme? No way we're doing the meme. We joked about it. No way we're about to see her poison the drink. No shot. Welcome to the squad, Sarah. It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. Shit. The machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit, shit, shit. All right, so that's why the episode continues. Now we have to defend Sarah in court. I see. I see. But it's fine, Sarah. If you did poison him, you're one of us. You know, it's all okay. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah's not avoiding the pet play allegations going on that have happened several times here. Now we're putting a collar on her? Oh, goddamn. Sarah, shut down now. I deny. Please, please, tell me what I... That's an order. What's happening with her eyes there? Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. Is this where Emma is realizing, wait a minute, she just submitted a video without even knowing what the fuck's on it? Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It's been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Alright. Is this a good place to stop? Or is there, like, one more scene I should do before we wrap this up? Is this a good place to stop, do we think? I mostly confer to Ari's advice on this. You'd stop here? Okay. I didn't know if there was, like, one more set of dialogue that we had to read, and then that would be a good stopping point, so we'll just save it here and go. I can't do another save to try to get the perfect thing. It's fine. I'll just... If I really want all the achievements, I'll just skip it later. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, so now I'm safe. I saved it now, so we should be safe. If I go back... Not that way. To here? Here. Yes. Trial is now over. For now. We have updated the trial. Listen, again. Sarah... I understand. You may not remember doing it. You probably did kill him. I'm gonna be honest with you, as your lawyer, it's not looking good for you. You probably did kill him, but if you did, it's alright. You're in good company here. You're in good company. It's not looking good for Sarah. It's not. The only other thing that we can do, I think, is throw that other, the blue-haired lady under the bus, Dr. Young. You gotta say Young somehow did it. Somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. They messed with the cameras. Locked room mysteries and all that. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out tonight. We will continue more of the Devil. The plan this week, tomorrow, I'm hoping to play some Signalis. We'll be continuing that, hopefully finishing it, depending on how much progress I make. Finish Signalis. Wednesday, we're coming back with more of the Devil. Thursday, we're not meeting for book club. Sailor Moon has won the book club vote, though, so next Thursday, we'll be reading and discussing Sailor Moon. I'll work all the details and post that in Discord for those interested. That's a part of the book club. And Friday, there's nothing because of game night. Saturday, we're watching more Azumanga Daioh. And Sunday, we're going to do the bonus meme Danganronpa content. We finished Danganronpa already, but there's bonus meme content. So... we're all done with that. Tomorrow, actually, it's already past 12. Actually... Again, Shadow, you have the emote. You have to use the emote. You knew when you typed that message that that was a actually. You knew this. You knew this? You knew this. Good night, sleep well. Thank you so much for coming to hang out, Andy. Sleep well. Don't die. I'm scared to raid into somebody else playing Of the Devil because I do not want to raid us into spoilers. This one's titled Proving I'm a Smart Sapphic Detective. That's a base title. But also, again, I don't know where they're currently at, so I don't want to be raiding into them. I don't want to raid into spoilers. I'm betting that Young probably had wireless access to Sarah, and so it was her piloting Sarah remotely. I'm thinking it's either that, or we just removed that part of her memory. And he had given her specific instructions about what to do at that time. And then wiped her memory. Potentially. Okay. Similar size. I'm trying to find... Okay. The Twitch raid search thing is weird. I'm gonna... find... I don't know. Somebody doing art? Let's find someone doing art that's like my size. Yo, this art looks amazing. Let's raid into this person. Mika Day 4. Mika Blue Archive? It is, I think. She looks amazing. Alright, go say hi to Lixie Draws? I don't know how you pronounce this properly. Go say hi to them. Goodbye, gamers. Stay safe. Goodbye. Goodbye.